Welcome, welcome, Miss Evelyn Rose. I'm just running a little bit late today, so give me like 5 and I'll get started. Boo, Buncor, welcome back. What's up, chat? Almost there. Hello, 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 everybody. Good evening, good morning. Sorry for being a bit late. The pain issue is not going away, so I've been having a bit of a hard time with that. By the way, we have a lot to talk about today, but I am in a lot of pain, so I will try and do my best to cover as much of it as we can. Well, and we'll see where we go from there. We have another news story of Republicans being Nazis, MAGA Republicans being Nazis, which is entirely unsurprising, but we'll get there anyway. But first, I just wanted to start off with something a little different. Now, we all know that the climate's getting shit everywhere, right? I'm sure we all do. I have never in my life, and I'm sure that these do happen. It just never clicked to me until I saw like this clip. I've never in my life actually seen news reporting on large tornadoes in Europe before. So this was one that I saw today. I'm sure they do happen, mind you. It's just obviously with like climate change, things are getting worse across the board, and this is new to me. So
Ah, les filles tombent. Oh là là, papa.
This is in France.
Putain, oh merde. Papa,
I'm pretty sure
Lina,
this
oh
is
là
not
là.
common for France.
Ouais, il s'est jeté. Ah, les filles tombent. Oh là là, papa.
Tornado hits near Airmont near Paris, causing 3 cranes to collapse. At least 1 dead, 9 injured, which is rough. Got some more footage on that. About 15 miles northwest of downtown Paris. Yeah, tornadoes aren't normal for Europe. Yeah, no, definitely not. Health problems have my mood so low. I know the feeling. White camera ink, I know the feeling. Again, not particularly common weather for Paris. Need a Viz stream to cheer me up. I don't understand how you guys get cheered up watching my streams, like, ever, but I mean, I'm happy to help if I can. Yeah, definitely interesting. This is an EF2, so definitely not, I think we had the first EF5 to touch down in the US in a while this year, so clearly it can get quite a bit worse. Not common for France, so to say. I also think I'm getting sick, which kind of sucks because I have been coughing and sneezing all morning, and sneezing is extra not fun because my neck hurts. So every time I sneeze, I have to like throw my neck forward or back, and that shit hurts. So before we get into the United States, gotta check in with Australia for a hot second here. And during the Day of No Kings, the protests, we also had mass protests in Australia at the time. Now, these were the second round of protests, one being, like, the first being the Australia Day. Well, not Australia Day, actually. It just kind of looked like Australia Day. But the March for Australia, rather, which was organized by Nazis, like the actual Nationalist Socialist Network. This was proven. There is documented evidence of this. I mean, papers, footage. The police were literally standing next to the National Socialist Network leaders as they spoke at the Melbourne State Capitol. We had a repeat of that same march on the same day as the No Kings protests, and as was the first time, this then led to violence in the streets, often initiated by the police and by the right, and this time, as opposed to last time when this happened, the police tried not to look partisan in how they intervened. They did not even try to do that this time. They're actually blaming the left for the violence this time, which, like, this one specifically for Melbourne. I didn't follow the Melbourne rally all that closely, but again, last time the violence broke out in Melbourne, and it was the police and the Nazis that did it. So let's take a look about this specific Nazi rally. It's getting really bad in Australia, by the way. Like, really, really, really bad. If you go on, like, Twitter right now, today, and go look at the trending section, you'll see quite a lot of right-wingers and Nazis pretty happy in Australia. Not only because of, like, the deal that we signed today with the United States, which shows that Australian-US relations are consistently, like, remaining strong, but beyond that, the media reporting that the police in Melbourne are blaming the left for any violence.
Chaos on Melbourne's streets, now an unfortunate fixture. It's forced the Premier once again to reassure Victorians.
Yes, Melbourne's CBD is safe.
Yesterday, frustrations spilled over.
Melbourne has had a gutful.
Rocks that police say were thrown at officers presented to the press. Today, police released a photo.
Okay, I'll give them that one. There probably were some people who threw rocks at the police from the left end. But then again, this is Melbourne, and the last, like, I've covered several Melbourne protests since I started this channel. And the first one I covered revolved around mounted police in Melbourne in a giant protest in which there are fires on the streets and flashbangs getting set off. Which is not where you want to bring a horse, by the way, while also just barbarians in the way that they were going after the protesters in that case, as well as, like, yeah, no shit, they're going to throw rocks at you. You are defending the Nazis here, like, openly, very, very broadly, across the board. There has been almost no pushback to the actual Nazis, Whereas there's been immense pushback to any and all protests from the left, whether it's like pro-Palestine protests or whether it's anti-fascism protests. Oh, no worries, Nader Hunter. Yeah, like, the tornado is weird. And like I said, they do occur in Europe. It's just, not normal. What is March for Australia supposed to mean? The whole point of a protest is to protest some state or action, some power structure. How can you march in favor of the state? The March for Australia protests are, essentially just mass, like, deportation protests. Like, their whole entire mentality on the subject is immigrants are destroying Australia. We have to march for Australia to remove the immigrants to protect our country. It is just MAGA rhetoric. I guess if you were being occupied by a foreign power, I mean, then again, like, you saw how MAGA was talking about how the immigrants that were coming across the American border were an invasion, an occupying power, maybe even. And we're seeing that same exact rhetoric here. Meanwhile, by the way, like, Australian immigration is down 36%. Since last year. So, like, obviously that's not happening. It's down 36%. But it is what it is. I did chase the EF5 that touched down in SD this year. Shit. Well, like, there you go. I forgot that you were a storm chaser. You would know, wouldn't you? Yeah, I mean, like, I know it was just being extremely charitable as always. Yeah, we really gotta stop doing that with these people.
Photo of the injury sustained by one of two officers hit by a glass bottle.
When is enough enough? When is the Premier not just going to call it out, but act and get rid of this on our streets?
The Premier's adamant yesterday's violence signalled...
You know, Australians have a right to protest as well. So, you know, get them off the streets. Well, you wouldn't have any violence if you didn't allow the Nazis on the street, and it is actually not where they should be. It is not illegal to be a Nazi. It is illegal to say Nazi things in Australia, though. It is actually illegal to say the Nazi things. And realistically, there could be an argument made that these mass deportation protests are also illegal in this country. So that, I feel like you could get off the streets. You could allow, you know, like, real Australians to go and do, like, their March for Australia protest and all of that. Like, even that I disagree with entirely, but at least it's not being organized by actual Nazi groups, like actual Nazi groups. That is where I draw the line here. Yep, I chase full-time now. I retired from the military. Well, shit, stay safe. There's been a few people that I've seen, like, get very seriously injured and die doing storm chasing. Threw a carrot in the opposite direction to direct the horse away from the protesters. Yeah, throw one. Like, you could just do that, for example. But then again, this has nothing to do with that. This is them saying, oh no, all of the protest violence comes from the left. What stops them from enforcing anti-Nazi speech laws in Australia? Well, Latino Mafune, that would be the United States, CPAC Australia, the Atlas Network for starters, Gina Reinhart, the billionaires and their class here, as well as the media for the most part.
What we saw yesterday was a very different pattern of behaviour. It was violent, it was unacceptable, it's not tolerated.
I've got to be really clear, we have seen this before.
Police and the government condemned the anti-racism protesters who were in the city to oppose an anti-immigration rally, but counter-protest organisers say police deployed violence, injuring activists.
The reality is the police used those weapons to force pro-human protesters out of the city to help facilitate a hate march.
I really love the pro-human protesters line, because that is true.
Through the streets of Melbourne.
Do you denounce the behaviour of those people who used violence against police?
I denounce fascism, I denounce racism, I denounce the violence of the police.
And nobody believes
Good answer. Atta girl.
you. You have no credibility. Maybe turn on the TV and have a look at the pictures. They make you...
Maybe turn on the TV and have a look at the pictures. How about you go the fuck down to where the protests are held and have a look with your own eyes? How about you use your ears too and take a listen to the rhetoric that's causing this violence, for example? How about you also use your eyes and your ears and see where this is coming from? Because it's not just naturally occurring. We didn't have these protests a year ago when the, I don't know, immigration was 36% higher.
Your statement's out to be quite false.
The Police Association wants to see funding for more protective equipment to
Well, I'm sure
shield
they do.
officers from projectiles, and is again calling for the introduction of a protest permit system, like in New South Wales.
And we have seen positive, constructive engagement in other states as a result of regulation like this.
The Premier has rejected those calls. Alexandra
Good.
Alvaro,
They should
ABC
reject
News,
those calls.
Melbourne.
It's fucking ridiculous. Oh, you need a permit system to have a protest. Okay. And who's Melbourne going to give those permits to? Is it going to be the National Socialist Network or, I don't know, like any peaceful group? I wonder, considering the fact that not only is it illegal to be an open and proud Nazi and say the things that those believe in Australia, but the last time we had one of these March for Australia rallies, the Nazis then went on to go and attack an encampment of just like indigenous people, like a sanctuary, like physically assault them on camera, then go to court for threatening a police officer and assault, and the leader of the Nazi group got, what, community service? Oh, meanwhile, like, he's also an immigrant, so... What's up, Headless Chicken? I'm alright. Pain is shit today, and I'm in a mood, but aside from that, good morning. Now, jumping back to America. Remember how I told you that there was going to be a live-fire missile test at the same time as the No Kings protests? Well, they did that live-fire missile test, and we all joked about, you know, well, what if that missile misfired? What if it landed in the wrong spot? Like, this is incredibly dangerous. A lot of people could get hurt. That missile went flying over the I-5, which is one of the busiest highways in America. Well, surprise, surprise, it did misfire. And live munitions from that military demo then fell onto a car and a motorcycle, by the way. A car and a motorcycle. So here's a map showing the exact spot a CHP vehicle was struck by the shrapnel after a shell detonated over I-5. It was not supposed to detonate over I-5. It was supposed to hit the ground in Camp Pendleton. We'll look at the map in a second, but this is like, these are the size. They're not very big, but I don't know. It's metal flying from the sky that then starts falling. Kind of not rocket science to see how this could have very seriously injured somebody, specifically the motorcycle driver, which is incredibly lucky to have not gotten hit with this. Reports indicated hit government vehicles too. Yeah, absolutely. I would not want it to hit me. No, the fuck I wouldn't. If, like, I drive a moped, and if this was to land, which it's reported to have landed on the actual, like, dash of the motorcycle, you know, like where the bit between the handlebars is, where you see your speedometer, all of that, yeah, it would be incredibly risky, let's say, to be that motorcycle driver while that's happening, because let's say it hits that dash and then it springs forward and hits that driver in the chest. That's gonna go into the chest. That's how shrapnel works. There's a reason why, like, when we look at Ukraine war footage and artillery hits like 100 meters that way and all of them still drop to the ground, because that shrapnel will continue to fly and will kill you if it hits you. This could have, like, entered into, like, the neck of the person from the sky. Like, this could have killed that person. As a biker, that would not be fun to hit or get hit by. Yep. If this happened 10 or more years ago, people would be court-martialed into oblivion over this. It's true. We almost ended up with Mike Johnson as VP. What? It hit the VP's entourage. That's so fucking funny. It could also have blown out a tire, which is not, like, fun on a bike, which could also get someone killed, yeah. It did pyrotechnics, and we didn't even allow traffic to move through the debris zone for 30 minutes after the show. Yeah, and that's the other thing, right, is that the I-5 was closed down. And yet this still happened. Because A, it exploded in the sky, not where it was supposed to hit. It never hit Camp Pendleton. It misfired. Beyond that, like, yes, the highway was closed, but clearly there was cars on it. And beyond that, it doesn't matter if the highway was closed. The highway was closed near Camp Pendleton. If this exploded in the sky, like, that could go for miles before it lands on something. It could have gone significantly further. It's incredibly lucky that no one was injured here. This was Pete Hegseth, axe throwing level fuck up, but what do you expect from a DUI hire? Like, it's genuinely a miracle that no one got killed, because no shit, when the DUI hire in charge of the military is doing live fire missile tests over one of the busiest highways in America, then yeah, there's a risk there. It's actually fucking insane. Like, this is what was flying through the air. This is what exploded. And then rained shrapnel down on the road. Imagine, like, I don't know, maybe it didn't, imagine they just, like, aimed shittily, which is also reasonable. This could have landed on a car on its own. The incompetence of this admin is shocking. Honestly, it's not that shocking for me. It's shocking in a way, but I'm starting to remember all of those other incidents back the last time these people were in charge, so, like, yeah. The New York Times reported that a 155mm shell fired during a live demo at Camp Pendleton on Saturday for the Marine Corps' 250th anniversary prematurely detonated and dropped fragments on a motorcycle, part of Vance's motorcade. I didn't see the Vance's motorcade part of that, but that is very funny. I flew with a lot of ordnance in my wings during my career, and the whole concept of what they just did is insane and unthinkable when I was on active duty, as it should be, and I'm sure that it would still be unthinkable in a case where, like, it's not a direct order from the president. Now, following all of that, the U.S. Marines are launching an investigation following the misfire, and, quote, the Navy Marine Corps team demonstrated the future of naval warfare through integrated command and control distributed maritime operations. Demonstrated the future of naval warfare is fucking up? Is that what that is? Is that what they demonstrated? The demonstration brought together every element of Marine Expeditionary Force and the U.S. Third Fleet in a synchronized large-scale operation that failed. And it highlighted how the Navy Marine Corps team's ability to project combat power globally from ship to shore, along with speed and precision. Motherfucker, what precision? Unless you were trying to kill J.D. Vance. You didn't get anywhere near the target. And I'm pretty sure, like, it would not be the case that the U.S. Marine Corps is trying to, I don't know, assassinate the vice president with a missile. I mean, it could be, sure, like, maybe, I don't know anymore, but it could be. The thing is that these weapons can and will explode early, and it's not uncommon. Yeah, no, like, not even remotely uncommon. Speed, not precision, exactly. Marines and sailors train every day to operate from the sea. Weeks of deliberate planning, integrated thinking, air and waterborne certifications, and rehearsals. Well, you know, clearly they could use a bit more rehearsing. The first training activities planned ensure our readiness to defend the homeland and protect our nation's interests. You people could be trying to protect LA, and you're more likely to bomb LA from what I see here. The M777 howitzer has been in the Marine Corps service since 2005. Marines have safely and effectively employed this system in combat operations such as in Syria. Well, I suppose in Syria there's a little bit less scrutiny on where your shells are actually landing, I suppose. The missile's name was Francis II. That's a good one. You account for every mistake when dealing with, like, high explosive artillery. Yeah, it's almost like that's common sense. This is the problem with ordnance. It's technology. While it's almost always successful and accurate, there are times when it fails. Except, like, the thing is, you should assume that it could fail when you're doing A, testing, B, practicing. Like, you see this in America only. And actually, not just only. You see this in countries that have given up on safety and giving a shit about their own, like, civilians. You don't see, like, let's say Ukraine, which just developed the Flamingo this year and has been testing it and actually using it. How many times do you think a Flamingo rocket fell onto, I don't know, like a place where a large concentration of Ukrainian civilians may have been or traveling through, or let alone, like, I don't know, Zelensky's second-in-command's motorcade, for example? Usually there's a bit more careful planning around that because, like, yeah, there's no shit. Like, it's a bomb. It could fail. And so you plan accordingly in case it does fail. Raytheon's motto, we never miss. Well, I suppose when America's using it in a lot of the conflicts that we've been employing these off in the Middle East, in at least my lifetime, there's not that much missing going on because the main aim is just everything. I mean, it was in at least Afghanistan, Iraq, and currently in Gaza. Firing off missiles with all the confidence of a conservative who thinks his wife orgasms for real. True as fuck. We are aware of the report of a possible airborne detonation. The demonstration went through rigorous safety evaluation. Did it? Like, I would like some evidence of that. Like, it could have, too. I'm not even going to say that, obviously, like, it didn't go through enough safety evaluation. Well, maybe it did. Maybe that's in and of itself a problem. Let's say it did go through rigorous safety evaluation. That might mean that there is an issue with the safety criteria that needs to get looked at. Like, if this was following rigorous evaluation, well, then the criteria for evaluating safety needs to be altered. For example, like it could have been, but I need to see evidence on this, and we're at a point in time where anything this administration says, you can't really believe without evidence, like third-party evidence. Have we considered that it was the protesters' fault? Oh, that makes so much sense, Salamander Sapien. See, that's where I wasn't thinking. Of course it's the protesters' fault. Of course. Oh, by the way, speaking of dropping bombs that technically can't miss because they're aiming for everything in the vicinity, you guys want to see what was said on Fox News today? Remember, peace deal in progress being the fucking banner here in the middle of a ceasefire in which firing hasn't ceased. This is what we're saying on Fox now. Mind you, this is Fox Business, so generally, like, less Hitlerite than the regular Fox News. Not to say that it's not, but, like, less so. It actually absolutely is. Less so.
When you're talking about
God knows what the actual Fox News is thinking.
In the sort of hierarchy of fanaticism, they are way up at the top. And, you know, it reminds me of the Japanese back in World War II. I mean, listen, Imperial Japan was a fanatical regime that basically spread their fanaticism throughout the entire population. The only way we back then figured out how to deal with that was near annihilation. Now, I'm not saying, is that where we're going here? I don't know. But I'm just telling you, when you have that type of fanaticism hooked into a large population of people, you know, there's not a lot of choice.
I'm just asking questions. Should we nuke Gaza in the middle of peace negotiations? You know, while we're claiming that there is an active ceasefire that only one side has to follow, and, you know, that there is a peace deal in progress, you know, like actually,
when you're
as
talking
it says,
about Hamas.
up on the big banner, peace deal in progress, maybe we just need to nuke them to really get past the finish line on that. Sure, why not?
So,
Headless Chicken, I watched a good deal of Russian news propaganda today, and it's eerily how much it straight up resembles Fox. Yeah, no, that's not surprising. In fact, a little bit of a hint for later when we look at the negotiations for Tomahawk missiles for Ukraine with Trump and Zelensky, and the outright, like, word-for-word Kremlin propaganda that he was repeating there is a decent indicator of that. Peace in the making, plastered above everybody, definitely not a manufactured consent. Yeah, well, I mean, remember, Fox also did say, like, one of the Fox hosts did go and say that we should lethally inject all the homeless and mentally ill people and just fucking kill them, like, not even a month ago. So, yeah, no shit. Oh, and by the way, again, with the peace negotiations in progress, the ceasefire deal, this is what's happening on like the other side of the ocean in Israel. Here's death cultist and Minister of National Security for Israel, Itamar Ben-Gvir, talking about how he wants the genocide to continue. Now that we got the hostages back, we must return to war and open the gates of hell upon Gaza. Literal demonic like rhetoric here. In fact, open the gates of hell suggests that you are actually a demon, and you probably do smell like sulfur, so... I'd play it, but I don't want to listen to him talk, and it's also probably not in English anyway, so... The Great Fern video on how Fox propaganda was developed is like an hour-long documentary on Murdoch. It's quite interesting. I also don't care that much. I mean, it's not all that difficult to, like, wrap your head around. Honestly, a more fun version of that is just go watch the show Succession. Like, obviously it's dramatized and it's not a real reality, but it's based on a lot of real things and it's far more entertaining. And in some ways, I think it's actually a better indication of reality because that show is primarily about rich people are miserable and rich fascists who hate their children and try and turn them into like a version of themselves are also going to be miserable for like the rest of their lives. Now, going back to Gaza one more time though, like obviously like we just saw Ben-Gvir talking about how they want to open the gates of hell, and then we had seen just before that Fox News talking about how we should nuke Gaza. Jared Kushner, who's the son-in-law of the president, actually went to Gaza recently, and he seems to think that it already looks like it was nuked. But somehow that this is not a genocide. Somehow. Sure, mate. Whatever.
Before the hostages actually come out, you decide to go to Gaza. And what did you see?
It looked almost like a nuclear bomb had been set off in that area. And then you see these people moving back, and I asked the IDF, where are they going? Like, I'm looking around, these are all ruins. And they said, well, they're going back to the areas where their destroyed home was, onto their plot, and they're going to pitch a tent. And it's very sad because you think to yourself, they really have nowhere else to go.
Would you say now, having been there, that it was genocide?
No. No.
Absolutely not. No. No, there was a war being fought.
There's a war being fought. Literally the same line that I heard from like fucking Turkish nationalists every time I bring up the Armenian genocide. Like, yeah, no, who the fuck is surprised by this at all? Like, the attempt to even like try and sound like you give a shit completely failed. They didn't even look like even when he's talking about how sad it is, it didn't look like he gave 1/8 of a fuck. So, taking deep breaths, yeah, you're gonna need a lot of that one. No shit. Of course, like, he's over there making bank and building, I don't know, fucking Mar-a-Lago 2 over there, so, And finally, we got Trump threatening to, quote, eradicate Hamas if the ceasefire collapses, while Israel's bombing them every day since the ceasefire began. I could put this on and we could watch it, but, like, the fact that even still pretending that a ceasefire is even real just shows, like, the journalistic malpractice of ABC News Australia here and every single mainstream media organization, because no, there is no ceasefire. One side has not ceased firing at all since day one. Alright, now we can move off of Israel and their fucking extermination of an entire group of people, and we can talk about Russia's attempt to exterminate an entire group of people. So, we had the long-awaited meeting between Zelensky and Trump, in which we were going to find out if we were going to give tomahawks to Ukraine today. Is anybody surprised that no, we're not? No, I don't think so. I don't think that anyone is surprised. But I am surprised to see just how, like, worked up Trump was in this meeting. Like, he crashed out at some points. He crashed out in the closed-door meeting entirely, but like, he sounded pretty fucking mad, even to the press who was asking questions. You know, Trump is enjoying the killing, all of the killing. I'm afraid he's just gonna have to get a real taste for blood or unleash it on someone somewhere just for the hell of it, including the USA. Yeah, he's working his way up to it. That's pretty clear. On these ceasefires, people always come out of the woodwork trying to glaze Trump, and then everyone gets quiet like real quick as the ceasefire is totally cooked within 6 hours. Except this time, where we're still gonna keep pretending. So here's one of these examples of press asking Trump a question in relation to this meeting with Zelensky and him crashing out over it. Let's see if Twitter can actually make a video that's not this quiet.
Do you support Senator Lindsey Graham's bill to declare Russia a terrorist state? And you have within your power the most powerful man on earth. Why don't you just enable Ukraine to finish this war tomorrow?
Well, if you knew anything about what you were talking about, you'd be able. You do. I don't think you do, really. I don't think you do, because it's a little more complicated than that. But it sounds easy. We're in the process of trying to make a deal. If we make a deal, that's great. If we don't make a deal, it'll be a lot of people are going to be paying a big price. Quiet. Go ahead.
God, he's such a piece of shit. The question being, what do you think of Lindsey Graham, the Republicans' idea of declaring Russia a terrorist state? What, you're the most powerful person in the world, I thought, you know, the president of the United States of America. You can't do that? It's too hard, it's too complicated. The I don't like you meeting? I didn't actually see that clip yet. In fact, here's another reporter actually making that point for me. I thought you were the most powerful person on earth.
The First Lady has done such an amazing job on the Ukrainian children who were abducted by Russia. Would you support Senator Lindsey Graham's bill?
Oh, sorry, this was
to
actually
declare
the
Russia a terrorist
beginning
state?
of that clip.
And you have within your power, you're the most powerful man on earth. Why don't you just enable Ukraine to finish this war tomorrow?
Well, if you knew anything about what you were talking about...
That was the full question in which he responded like that. Which is entirely unsurprising, because when you look at, I don't know, like the way that this government is being run, the people in charge, the way that they engage with the media. For example, where is Caroline Levitt's text reply in response to a journalist? Here we go. Hold on. Let me just find it. It was not very far, but it just goes to show you that the theory that everyone in this country is 12 is it's not very far off. Aha, here we go. Like, do you really expect much from a government like this? Where the question being, is the president aware of the significance of Budapest? In 1994, during the signing of the Budapest Memorandum, Russia promised in Budapest not to invade Ukraine if it gave up the nuclear weapons it inherited when the Soviet Union dissolved. Does he not see why Ukraine might object to that site? Who suggested Budapest? Thank you. Your mom did. Yep. Sure. Your mom, 12-year-old theory confirming. Yes, it in fact is. It's wild. It happened during this meeting we're watching now. You have the clip for it? I haven't seen that one clip, Headless Chicken. I'd love to see it. It was wild in 2016. It's status quo now. It seems like it. I wonder if her "your most powerful man in the world" comment was a jab at him, because both she and Trump know that isn't true. It was probably a mix of a jab at him and also an attempt to, like, I don't know, not get him to throw a tantrum the moment he's asked a question he doesn't like. So, well, like, it is still normalized, Headless Chicken. You shouldn't be complacent, but, like, it's not all that wild anymore, to be honest. It has been absolutely normalized. But yeah, like, no, you should not think of it as normal. It's just, it is the status quo of the, like, regime. So, to be fair, she wasn't the only one who responded with this. Another admin also responded with this. I forgot the other guy. Again, we're such an unserious country. We really, really, really are. Everyone is 12. Now, going further into Trump, like, full-on crashing out during this meeting, the Financial Times put out an article on this. I'll link it in the chat. I don't pay for the Financial Times, so I can't actually read it in chat, but let's take a listen to what actually happened in the closed-door section of this meeting.
Was losing it in the White House. swearing, yelling, throwing maps, and telling Zelensky you need to surrender to Putin or you will be destroyed. This is what the Financial Times has just put out in a major bombshell report, and we have to break it down. This happened during the closed-door portion of the meeting, and according to officials, Donald Trump started cursing non-stop as the meeting was spiraling down.
He even, like, cursed during the open door part of the meeting as well. Thank you, Elvis Chicken.
Trump was echoing Putin's own talking points, and then as Ukraine was showing Trump pictures of the map showing here's where things are, he said, quote unquote, and I'll read this for you, "This red line, I don't even know where it is. I've never been there," which led him to say, if Putin wants it, he will destroy you. And then
I don't know where this is. I've never been there is such a funny thing that, like, I could just hear him say in my head.
Started adding in things which is pure Russian propaganda, such as Russia's economy is doing great. The exact opposite of what we've actually been seeing. Zelensky came to the United States after multiple weeks of talking to Trump, multiple phone calls, things were going in the right direction. It was one phone call with Putin which threw us back months and months of progress that had been going on. And now, not only is Putin demanding that Ukraine give up Donetsk, so is Donald Trump. And here's the crazy part. Donald Trump not only was speaking the Putin propaganda, but was even calling Russia's war a special military operation.
Yeah, that confirms it. There's also, like, there's rumored reporting that the outcome of this meeting was discussed way back during Alaska. And I don't know how true that is. Obviously, it's not been confirmed. But it would definitely make sense from Putin's side of things, at the very least. In that, like, the whole outcome here was just an attempt to try and buy time. The Russian economy is fucking collapsing, obviously. I mean, like, just on, like, fuel crisis alone. What's up, Jacob MH? Welcome to the chat. I do wish someone had a tiny camera to record this as well. The syphilis is just eating what's left of his brain. Well, partially as well. It's not just, like, the syphilis. The syphilis is there. The syphilis is been there. It's also the fact that we're afraid of them. And it's also, beyond that, the fact that not only are we afraid of them, but the position of the regime agrees with the position of the Russian regime. It's not that we're bought by them. It's not that they, like, own us. It's not that there's blackmail. It's that fascists like other fascists, and both of us are fascists. So, where's the troll? Which one's the troll? Ah, you. I can see. Get the fuck out of here. Hey, what's up, Chub Shuby? Sorry, something got deleted right as I responded. Yeah, fair enough. I'm gonna head out. For now, my city council meeting is going to vote on a resolution on whether or not to divest from Israel. Good fucking luck. I hope for the best as well. Hell yeah. Good job, by the way, actually, like, going to these meetings. It's really important to do that. Putin is very much the man Trump wishes he was. Yeah, essentially.
Which is like, what? So what does all this mean? We're back to square one, where Donald Trump is now bullying Ukraine into just giving up everything and rewarding Russia, even though in the past giving land to Russia had never worked. And he
now, like, beyond that even, obviously appeasing the fascists don't work. But this is bigger than that. Now, I want to see that I don't like you clip that Headless Chicken just sent. I'm really, really curious because I've heard about it already. Fascists like other fascists until one decides that they have no use for the other. And that's why Trump and Erdogan fucking hate each other.
Or even things the ambassador said about you in the past, the Australian ambassador?
I don't know anything about him. I mean, if he said bad, then maybe he'll like to apologize. I really don't know. Did an ambassador say something bad about him? Don't tell me. I don't.
There's pretty serious reverb on the mic? Oh shit, thank you, Nuke and God. Sorry about that. I'm also, like, a little bit sick today, so my voice is just coming off weird, but there could be some reverb issues. I thought I fixed all of those, though. You won't derail, though. I do appreciate it. I'll check it out after stream.
Where is he? Is he still working for you?
Yeah.
You said bad?
Before I took this position, Mr. President.
I don't like you either. I don't, and I probably never will. Go ahead.
That tracks.
No, you went. Go ahead, behind you, President.
Mr. President, your Secretary of the Navy said there will be some clarifications around some ambiguities on AUKUS. Can you tell us?
Well, he'll get that taken care of. These are just minor details.
Again, he doesn't know what AUKUS is. He didn't know what it was before, and he's not dealing with it. It's actually incredibly embarrassing as an Australian and an American on both ends for Australia to actually be engaging in this. Like, obviously, they don't like us, and we're not going to benefit from it. But being an American colony, you can only get so far without growing a pair. It's just your room, Missouri. You need some dampeners. That makes sense. I need a lot of things. To do a lot of those things, I need money. So, feel free to donate, y'all. If you want to, you can use that link so that Twitch doesn't take half the money. Same with YouTube. Good to see Albo also hiding his hand in solidarity with Trump, appeasing Trump's fifis. That's kind of his job, so, as the Australian Prime Minister. Smile and laugh, Albo. What a good boy. Exactly, Onyxander. Exactly. No bother to me. Honestly, it's just like a matter of I would like to improve the setup broadly. Now, last thing on this subject before we jump over into some other topics, just showing how fucked we are, specifically with like the economy at least. I do want to get like a bit more of an analysis on this meeting because we can just stop talking about the U.S. supporting Ukraine at all anymore. We can stop talking about America supporting NATO in any way at all as well. We're not on the side of the West. We're just not. Did you see that they tore down half the White House? I did indeed see that. That's for later in the stream. I got that lined up as well.
To be with us in this section, we're focusing on Ukraine. US President Donald Trump said this Monday he didn't think Ukraine would win the war against Russia, but that any...
He said last week that Ukraine was in a position to not only take back all of their territory, but even partially some Russian territory. So, thanks for being disingenuous there.
Anything could happen. Meanwhile, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke with his Russian counterpart, the Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, about the next steps towards a resolution following that call between President Trump and President Putin last week. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky painted his meeting last week with Trump as a success that yielded progress on acquiring new air defense systems, a contrast from reports this Monday that Trump had berated him with obscenities in the White House for not agreeing to Putin's Russia keeping Ukrainian land that it illegally occupies now.
You know what? Never mind. I'm done. I was going to listen to this. I can't do it. Just the outright bullshit smearing. America can't even support itself right now. NATO is kind of out of the question. Yeah, you're not wrong. Rubio, we haven't seen him in a while. He's busy working out how we're going to fuck around in South America. Badly, might I add, considering the fact that we announced that we were sending covert CIA operations down, like, in Venezuela specifically, but also in, like, South America broadly, which is definitely going to make those covert agents have an easy time doing their job. I have a topic to put on your radar for you to research and bring up in a future stream. Look up Operation Inflation. Yeah, I've already talked about Operation Inflation at length. I talked about them during the No Kings protest coverage that I did, as well as before that. So you're already on the right track, Nuking God. How does the covert do the covert if you announce it? I don't know. You can ask the DUI hire about that one. Seems to know much more about it. I, for one, always loudly announce my covert operations. Yes, absolutely. Why wouldn't you? You know? Why wouldn't you? Give me 1 second here. We're going to talk about the economy a little bit, but first I want to fill in some gaps for stuff that happened following the No Kings protest. So, first off, thank you to all of the seniors who went outside. Like, the seniors almost single-handedly ruined the entire regime's plan to stage a false flag and then blame it on the left and then declare martial law with it. Their entire plan revolved around painting this as a hate America, Hamas terrorist rally, and we had a lot of seniors turn out. And not only did those seniors turn out, the entire rally wrapped up early because there were a lot of seniors that went home early. Usually in these sorts of situations, the people that remain on the street following like a big protest are the ones that get pointed to as, look at these people who caused violence, because you get the operatives on like the regime side wait until nightfall and then go and like light stuff on fire. I mean, like, go look at the George Floyd protests. In fact, this was brought up by one of them in my chat when I was doing my coverage. But, oh, well, like, you clearly haven't looked at the Portland, like, courthouse fires. Yeah, that was your people that started that. And then they blame us for it. Everyone went home, started off like at like 10 and was done by like 3 or 4, gave them no time to do it. In fact, they had to pivot into making fun of the protests as if like no one showed up and that everyone left and went home early. Also, yeah, the places were left spotless and clean, unlike after any kind of Republican gathering. I showed specifically like what the grounds for the Charlie Kirk Memorial looked like after they left, and it was, I mean, like, they had to have the police go and search for bombs throughout the trash that they left. And also Grindr didn't crash, that's also a thing. But now, they're out here talking about how all of these were paid protesters, how none of them were real. Mind you, by the way, we also had no arrests across the country during those protests. We didn't have any arrests in, like, New York, but you know what we did have? We did actually have 24 MAGA right-wingers get arrested for trying to do violence at these protests. So, you know, there's that. Asheville's No Kings protest dwarfs June crowd, closes roads as the marchers slam the Trump admin. Yep, and, like, part of the thing with this protest was it's not just liberals, Democrats, or leftists that were here. There was centrists. There were Republicans here. Did you see that guy hit the pavement? Oh, yes, I did. Don't worry. I'm saving that for when we talk about the extremists after the fact. I just want to cover like the media scope of the protest first. Then we're going to go into the economy, and then we're going to talk about all the different extremist-related news that's coming out of the country today. This is what Fox News is saying about these protests for now, though.
You've got to get permits. You've got to get police. You've got to get permits. You've got to get police out there. You've got to get the signs. You've got to get the messaging out. To have millions of people out there, that is not a cheap endeavor. And I will also say that there is a company called Crowds on Demand that has a CEO, and you can pay them to go out and protest for you.
The company that Trump literally hires, like, people to come and sit at his rallies and speeches for. Yeah, sure, yeah. All of these are paid protesters from specifically the company that the regime employs.
You know, up to $500 a day you can make as a paid protester. This is the reality that we're in. So the question mark is, where did the money come from?
Who has the money to pay that many protesters? Like, I'll tell you what, it ain't fucking Soros. Like, maybe Larry? Maybe Elon? I can't see, yeah, that's a lot of fucking money. George Soros would have to go bankrupt funding that level of protest. Every single allegation, though. Yeah, no, as usual, every case is exactly the same. And like, again, like, they're continuing on with this narrative.
Of this country. I think it's a joke. I looked at the people. They're not representative of this country. And I looked at all the brand new signs paid for, I guess it was paid for by Soros and other radical left lunatics. It looks like it was. We're checking it out. The demonstrations were very small, very ineffective, and the people were whacked out. When you look at
$3.5 billion would be the price if that was paid. And like Soros, what, $9 million? Is $9 billion? Net worth of George Soros. 7.2. So yeah, no, it's like a third of his money. And note that billionaires don't have that much money on hand, ever. In fact, they have almost no money on hand, like fucking ever. That's not how being a billionaire works. Also, billionaires don't like paying people. That's also true. If the Twitter algo is heavily boosted, the it was a flop bots now. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, because they have to fall back to that. When it comes to MAGA, it could maybe possibly happen in any dimension. It definitely happened in this one, yeah. That would cost an unfathomable amount of money. That's true. I mean, I guess Trump's crypto earnings could cover that. Yeah, I suppose. But I don't think anyone got paid. I sure as hell didn't get paid for covering it for 10 hours, not by Soros. You guys paid me, which thank you for that one. It's all fictitious and speculative. They don't provide any real value in society, unlike laborers. Well, I mean, yeah. They don't provide any real value to society, nor do they provide any real, like, I don't know, facts to their positions. When we're talking about, like, MAGA Republicans, they live in a fantasy world.
We're here at the No Kings protest in Washington, D.C., and a lot of Republicans are saying that Democrats are being paid to protest. So we're going to do an investigation today to find out how many people are being paid to be here. Excuse me, were you paid to be here?
No, sir.
Were you paid to be here?
No.
How much were you paid to be here?
Nothing at all.
Nothing?
Mm-hmm.
Are you getting paid to be here?
No.
Definitely not.
I'm paying to be here.
How much were you paid to be here?
Not a penny.
How much did I pay?
Actually, I'm paying to be here. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I'm proud of everyone who went. Me too. Did Masterson go? I'm sure we'll see some clips eventually. Actually, they just extract a surplus value and sit on that shit, so they're actually a net negative on society. That is true as well.
Paid to be here?
Yeah.
I spent a lot of money to come here. What are you talking about? How much were you guys paid to be here?
Nothing.
You were not paid?
No.
Were you paid to be here?
I paid to be here.
How much were you paid to be
Where am
here?
I getting this money at is what I want to know. Let's call Mike Johnson's phone number and see where we're getting paid.
So we talked to lots of people. It doesn't seem like anybody is being paid to be here, so.
Like, yeah, no, you're right, Salamander Sapien. Even if you tried the mere process of liquidating $3.5 billion in assets, that would deplete the value of your portfolio in the process while doing so, and you would need a bank to cover some collateral. Yep. Elon went through all of this buying Twitter, and it was a real shit show, and he literally had to get the Saudis to cover like a third of that cost as well. And he is currently the world's second richest man. So, take that with how you will. Again, no one paid for this. Ain't no one paid for that. Like, anyone who could have even afforded it doesn't even want it. And, like, you think that any billionaire wants the overthrow of the most pro-billionaire regime in American history? No. Of course not. The finances behind Twitter is still sus, and we have other news these days. That's true. It would be extremely simple to prove anyone was paid anyway. Absolutely. But, like, again, it's all about the lies. It's all about the lies. And they're going to continue to do that because it's not just the lie of their being paid. They're continuing to peddle the Nazi lies. This is all Marxists and radicals, and the entire Democratic Party is filled with Islamists, and like that's all this is.
Political rallies. And the truth is, the Marxists, the radicals, and the Islamists, the Democratic Party promoted this weekend. They cannot handle the truth. The truth is that there is a king, and that king is Jesus. And the president has been willing to say it. His administration has been willing to say it.
I don't think Jesus wants to be a king. I also don't think that the No King's Day protest was against Jesus. Fuck off, Chip Roy. Yeah, literally. Like, my little bro is deep into MAGA. He's one of the guys that literally thinks Soros is behind all this. And yes, Soros is always capitalized like that. Yeah, they always do. It's a fucking QAnon thing. In countries where paid crowds are a thing, looking at Russia, they put out ads and then pad the crowd with federal workers and students who aren't paid but don't have a choice. Like, the only difference between that and what the Trump administration themselves does is they just don't put out ads. Is Islamists even a word? Yes. No, it is a word. It's just like a word only Americans use. It's not just Muslims. They use Islamists to mean people who want to spread Islam. Like, they want to turn the entire country Muslim. Jesus was a Marxist too. Jesus was the fucking Jesus was a Marxist before Marx was a Marxist. YouTube literally censored me for typing question mark.
Charlie Kirk was
YouTube
willing
was
to say it,
wild.
and he...
Jesus Christ. Again, like, what do you expect from these people? And here's them flipping to the other narratives. Like, we had the no one showed up, that this was a flop. We have the paid protester one. And then we have, you know, the strangest thing? I don't remember seeing the same crowd of liberals rushing down to help us during the months of hell after Hurricane Helene. Why is that? Which is just so fucking weak. Like, that's so fucking weak. Not to mention with, like, anyone who even remembers what happened after Hurricane Helene, it was specifically the liberals being like, hey, you know, Trump wants to make it so that you're never going to get any help again. In fact, he's the reason why it's already this bad. Whose admin gutted FEMA? Yeah, no, it was absolutely the Biden admin. Yeah, 100%. Biden admin gutted FEMA. Like, it's just a fantasy world. From start to finish. It's all what about with these fuckers. And it's like, it's not even what about in the sense that it would have been like 4 years ago. In the whataboutisms that these people put out 4 years ago, at the very least, like, there would be some acknowledgement of, like, they lost that point and then move on to the next point. They don't even do that anymore. Like, there is just nothing that they will accept to even move on to the next whataboutism. Now, in some good news on that, and coming into the economic side of things, one of the things that I saw at the No King's Day protests that came out of Chicago, one of my favorite things that I saw, was the mayor of Chicago calling for a general strike, which is not only, like, the best chance that we actually have outside of, I don't know, their own fuckery, bring their own downfall, but right now, we are at a really precarious point in the United States. The economy is not doing well. Like, we are this close to a full-on crash that would, even like on day one, equate to that of 2008, let alone beyond that. So this is good because the amount of pressure that like a general strike could produce to begin with is massive, especially towards a regime run by billionaires and people trying to siphon money from the economy. Beyond that, it's an even bigger hit and an even bigger amount of pressure when we're at a point where the economy is being just barely held up, not even just by, like, the AI bubble, but by Nvidia, pretty much on its own. And every major economist is talking about, like, a massive economic crash coming soon. All of the warning signs are there. We're already basically in a recession. The GDP is, 0.1% for this year? So, and that's, like, without AI included. Without AI, we're already in a recession. It's about to get a whole lot worse. Will our money be useless soon? Yes, it will. Indeed. If it makes you feel any better, though, Prince Mishkin, the United States economy collapsing will also collapse the global economy. Did you see how BBC reported that AI is used to show how close to reality AI is getting? No, I haven't seen that bit.
If my ancestors, as slaves, can lead the greatest general strike in the history of this country, taking it to the ultra-rich and big corporations, we can do the same today. I'm calling on black people, white people, brown people, Asian people, immigrants, gay people from around this country to stand up against tyranny and to bring a clear message to the ultra-rich and big corporations. We are going to make them pay their fair share in taxes to fund our schools, to fund jobs, to fund healthcare, to fund transportation. Democracy will live on because of this generation. Are you ready to take it to the courts and to the streets?
Fuck the courts. I'm ready to take it to the streets. Just stop buying shit. General strike. Organize it. Like, this is what worked in South Korea. Like, remember last year or earlier this year? I can't remember if it was this year or last year, when the South Korean president tried to do a military coup and then failed. This is how they failed, doing that. So, do a general strike. shopping carts full of bills for bread bad. Learn to boil leather for your nutrition bad, possibly, Sylvie. Being real here. They told him nope, pretty much. Yeah, they did. Of course they did. Libbers, if only it didn't have to be. That being said, the DPD has been accused of being uncooperative with ICE, and our chief basically came out and was like, yeah, kinda. Yeah, no, on that note, like, there is some really important stuff coming out in relation to state governments and how they're reacting to ICE. Like, things that, even if they don't happen the way that they're being said, are a huge departure. The two that I would think of is, one, Kathy Hochul saying recently that if Zohran Mamdani wins, that New York State, like Albany, will fully support him as the mayor, even though he would be a massive political target. That alone is a huge deal that she said that, even if she doesn't end up doing it. And then the second thing that I think of is Chicago talking openly about possibly arresting and charging like federal agents with crimes in the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois for how they're acting. And like, that would just be straight up civil war. And whether or not that happens isn't necessarily the point. The point is the fact that it's even being said is a huge point. Let's get ready to rumble. Hell yeah. There you go. Maybe a national strike will make them take notice. It would definitely do so if we did it successfully. It's nice to see that he stuck to some of the talking points at least. Sorry, just got back. Welcome back, Buncor. And no, he did good there. Like, even if nothing comes of it, it still sounded good, and it's the beginning of a conversation. I'm on med leave, so I'm grandfathered into the general strike, based. Kathy will do so. Long short of it. Yeah, I think she will too. I think she will. I think if Mamdani wins, Kathy Hochul will get New York State to support, like, him as the mayor. That I can see. The Chicago state police and local police being used against federal agents, that's a bit less likely. But again, like, the fact that it's being talked about is important. South Korea is only like 40 years removed from genuine military dictatorship, and they can still remember that shit. They ain't having it. That's true. That's true. So, continue to fight for a general strike. This right now would put the regime on their knees. Like, right now. Especially when you factor in all of the economic news that we've been getting lately. Now, to get started on that, first and foremost, this is incredibly silly, but a couple days ago, breaking, the US is rolling back tariffs on products that they cannot grow, mine, or naturally produce in the United States. It took these chuckleheads 8 months to figure out that tariffs won't make bananas grow in Iowa. Well, it took them 8 months to do it. At least they figured it out. Your food prices aren't going to go down. Most groceries are up upwards of 10, 20, 30, up to 40%. So, you know. What? Yeah, no, that's real. Rolling back tariffs on products that cannot be grown, mined, or naturally produced in the United States, October 19th. They just learned that bananas don't grow here. I guess that's what I'm taking from it. Like, either that or they just didn't care. Now, it's probably a bit of both, but it's a level of idiocy that every day is more and more apparent. Now, again, while food prices here are going up, while the economy is suffering here, while Americans are struggling with healthcare, with their housing, with buying food to feed their families, what are we doing? Where's your tax money going? Well, $40 billion is going to Argentina. $40 billion is going to Argentina after we fucked over our farmers and made it so they can't sell their soybeans to China, who buys the most soybeans, and historically bought pretty much all of the ones that our American farmers produce, meaning that their entire crop yield is going to waste. Then Argentina stepped in and said, hey, China will sell you some soybeans. And now Argentina is selling China the soybeans that we should be selling China. And instead of helping the farmers, like Trump said he was going to do, he said the farmers will get a bailout, which, to be fair, I don't think they should. They should like suffer a little bit, learn their lesson. They did this last time as well. But you know who is getting a bailout?
Question is, what do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them, as they are a
Argentina's fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about it. They're fighting for their life. Nothing's benefiting Argentina. They're fighting for their life. You understand what that means? They have no money. They have no anything. They're fighting so hard to survive.
By the way, remember a year ago we had all of these headlines saying, oh, look at it, Argentina elected Javier Milei, a libertarian. Their country is doing so great. Everything is going so well. We need to actually do exactly what they did, to the point where Milei came to CPAC in America with his chainsaw that he campaigned with for chainsawing the government in half. And then Elon Musk got to play with the little chainsaw right before, or rather in relation to what he was doing at Doge. By the way, that $40 billion is only if Milei's party wins the next elections. Totally not election interference. Yeah, totally not corrupt at all. We're not Russia or anything. I've never seen crops dying in the field before. They did this year and the smell was horrible. They finally started tilling it over. All corn and soy here, yeah. We are just spitting in the face of our own people and siphoning that money out to his friends and his cronies. Bananas for the masses, at least you'll get plenty of potassium. Well, no, not really. Again, we still have to buy them from overseas. Our money's shit, our economy's shit, and just because we stop tariffing them for now, don't mean that food prices go down at all, because the actual cost that that food takes to bring into the United States and put on a store shelf is still regulated by the corporation. So the corporation might have to pay less money to acquire those bananas, but what's to say that they will pass those savings along to you, just like they pass, you know, the increased costs along to you. They're not going to necessarily do that with the savings. We saw this in every capacity, even with things that didn't get tariffed, that somehow related to other things that did get tariffed. Those still went up in price. Like the one off the top of my head that I used a while back, the example being washing machines for like laundry were affected by tariffs. Dryers were not, and yet dryers also went up 20% in price. So, but yes, Argentina's fighting for its life, even though, you know, these same people were celebrating the massive win and how Milei is going to save Argentina. But now they have no money. They're fighting for their lives. What happened? I guess maybe the guy who hallucinates talking to the 9 clones of his dead dog and asks them for economic policy advice didn't exactly succeed.
If I can help them survive in a free world, I happen to like the president of Argentina. I think he's trying to do the best he can, but don't make it sound like they're doing great. They are dying, all right? They're dying.
What do you mean by the question is, what do you have?
They are dying. You know why they're dying? You want to know what made Argentina enter the state that it is today? It's very funny, in fact. When Javier Milei came to the United States, he went to the Heritage Foundation and he asked them for help in Argentina. And what did he walk away with? Well, he walked away with a copy of Project 2025, a mandate for leadership. Then he went home and then he applied most of Project 2025 to Argentina. And now they are dying. In Trump's words, they're dying. They have nothing left. I wonder if maybe this should be a peek into the future for some of us. Maybe we might get to feel that. By the way, remember, originally it was 20 billion, and now it's 40 billion. If we gave $40 billion to Ukraine today, they would end the war. Like, that would be the outcome. That $40 billion could go to the farmers and bail them out. It could go to Ukraine and end a war. Is it going to? No. Because why would they do that? Why would they do that? All right. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta go pee. When I come back, we're going to talk about the impending doom of the United States economy. It's not looking great. 2 seconds. Every time Hassan stream, I step away for like 10 seconds. Every time Hassan stream, oh my goodness. I step away Shut up. Shut up. Hearing myself. I just went to go like the stream on my phone while I was peeing, and now I have to hear myself talking. Okay, back to the economy. So, this specifically going back to September, but remember all of those car manufacturers that were supposed to be doing better in the United States under Trump? Well, I'm sure you all know that they're not, specifically like between the stuff that happened with Canada early on in the year. But beyond that, like we're still seeing more companies pulling out. What happened to the chair music? Was there ever chair music?
So Subaru's pulling out of the United States. They said we're done. All plans to build new plants have been canceled. They're going to leave about 10% of their production here, and they're all leaving the United States. They said the tariff war is just too much and too high of a cost.
I think Subaru only had one plant here. No, of course, but like, it's not just them. Hell, Marvel Studios moved to Germany. That was also announced in September. Like, we are seeing the United States struggle to pull in new businesses, to open like new manufacturing. And part of that is our own fault. I mean, like, we're getting back up to it with the Koreans after we raided, arrested, and then deported some of their most skilled workers whose job was to try and teach Americans how to do the jobs, like, you know, the manufacturing jobs that were needed to do the tasks in those fucking foundries and factories to create the fucking products we need. But yeah, you know, we're getting back there. For some reason, South Korea still wants to work with us. Could have sworn you used to have action music to play while it was just the chair. Never. In manufacturing right now, at least from what I'm observing, it's actually it's a lot of feast or famine and really no in between. Yeah, and that feast is going to run out even quicker soon. Like right now, that feast comes specifically almost only from data center manufacturing and AI related, tech related like builds. There is a reduction in like housing builds. There is a reduction in manufacturing of goods that get exported, I mean broadly, but also a reduction in motor vehicle manufacturing. The other end of the manufacturing spectrum that's continuing to rise right now, the feast part of it, is also the military industrial complex. So like things that are dual use or can be applied to military related stuff also tend to do better. And that's because a lot of these AI companies are also on the side, and these tech companies are also on the side military contractors. To be fair, manufacturing was already kind of feast or famine for at least the last 20 years, so it's probably getting worse. Absolutely. My company's doing fine. We're actually very busy, but we also had a few smaller competitors just fold, so we picked up their business. That's how it's going to end up being for a little while. But we're seeing things get quicker now. Like, we're getting closer and closer and closer to the full-on fallout. Not to mention, like, we are Turkifying at a alarming rate. I've talked about this with the interest rates that they've brought up a couple of times already. Whether or not they even do anything with this might not even matter right now.
But isn't it crazy? So I saw the market was down a little bit today. I mean, in all fairness, I don't feel guilty because we've set every record you can imagine. But it was down, and I say, oh, the numbers must be good. Meaning the growth numbers are phenomenal. And again, this is during, but a little bit of pre the heavy, the really success and the money pouring into our country through the tariffs. And I just say, why can't we have great numbers and lower the interest rates so we have even greater numbers? So people were saying, oh, the numbers are so good, they're going to have to raise interest rates. That doesn't have to happen. And there's no inflation. We have really, I mean, the only thing we have is great success. We're having unbelievable success.
Literally the type of shit that Erdogan said before crashing the Turkish economy and making inflation like 250%. The man was going around talking about how the interest rates were a conspiracy set by like the World Bank and shit. Bro, why can't I have a good economy and low investment? It's called quantity theory of money. Again, like business geniuses, right? Almost everywhere my work has a shortage of jobs aside from glass processing in that area. Well, that would track considering the jobs report. Now, we didn't get an actual jobs report for October because of the government shutdown, but we did get industry figures, and it seems like one of the reasons that they had the jobs numbers that they could have given us from before the shutdown, and they chose not to release that. And I think the reason they chose not to release it is because the job numbers were really bad. Like, really, really bad. Indeed's measure of job postings shows a decline of 8.9% from a year ago as of September 2026, as a sharper drop than 5.5% reflected in BLS data, which only runs through August. Broader trends suggest an uneven labor market, with professions like healthcare continuing to thrive while other fields lag. Now, while we also have the job market doing shit, we're having a regional banking crisis. We have, debt exploded in this country to the highest levels it's ever been, in most cases. I mean, like, student debt, credit card debt, housing prices are as high as they've ever been. Like, right now, the housing prices are worse than the 2008 financial crash. So, we're not doing great economically. Also, we're a cheaper alternative to actual automation equipment. So we look a lot better for some things. That's good, at the very least. I hate all of this. They have a certain segment of the population to believe that they're being greatly replaced. Stupid fools don't understand that they'll be replaced anyway with AI. Well, good news on that front, Headless Chicken. I don't think that AI is going to be replacing anybody anytime soon. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that AI bubble is going to crash relatively soon, and the manufacturing for it is going to stop, because the issue being, even if they did replace wage laborers with AI, the cost that it would take to actually develop the, not just like the data centers, but the tech for that to work would cost so much money that just saving money from wages and increased efficiency would not, it would barely make them break even in about 10 years. I do remember the .com crash, you may be correct. The graph actually looks exactly like the graph before the .com bubble crash. Hold on. .com bubble crash versus AI bubble graph. Let's see. Oh, actually, the AI bubble is apparently 17 times the size of the .com bubble. So, there's that. I'd like to see that for real, Yep, hold on. Getting the graph. I saw it earlier. But I can't remember where I saw it. So, bear with me. Maybe there is a good YouTube video on the subject. It'll probably be too long, though. Well, I mean, there's that. This is the AI bubble versus the .com bubble. NASDAQ versus now, and this is as of September 25th, 2025. That looks pretty damn similar, yeah. Darker line being the current AI bubble. Although I agree AI is a bubble and it'll likely crash, it's like waiting for the rapture. I'm skeptical. It's a trend to create content about the bubble, and then it's a lot like... You see, that's the thing. I agree with you, Zachat. Fuck the AI bubble. That's not what I'm worried about right now. I think the AI bubble is going to crash, and like... Yes, I do think that it would be like sitting here waiting for the rapture otherwise. My point on it is that this is just another part of the broader, like, economic issue for the U.S. economy. Like, I think the crash for this will actually get started from somewhere else. Almost all of this is being held up by NVIDIA, a single company. The actual dominoes falling outside of just this industry will still lead to this crash happening. AWS had problems all day today. Yeah, and it took out a sizable chunk of the internet. We talked about this when I showed that like graph that I made that mapped out the entire surveillance economy system. And when we got to the actual like domain hosts being like Cloudflare, Namecheap, AWS, like all of these that are hosting so many sites connected to them. If any one of these goes down, it will also then affect quite a large portion of the internet, even ones that we don't generally connect to that. That was important. Also, ever heard of AWA? You're gonna have to give me a more clear... What's the word for that? Not analogy. No, I have not heard of AWA to the point where I could just call it to my head. I forgot the word for that. Acronym. Thank you. It took down multiple video game servers, all US East Coast Reddit servers, even Blue Sky servers. It did far more than that, too. Here, hold on. Let me pull that up. Acronym. Thank you. AWS crash day. Australia was #1 at semiconductors once upon a time. I did not know that. That's actually hella cool. I'm gonna look into that. But here.
Good evening. First tonight, a major internet outage has affected dozens of websites and apps worldwide, including Amazon, Snapchat and Fortnite, with even some banking systems impacted in the UK. Let's go straight to Rory.
Messaging service Signal, cryptocurrency exchange platforms, small business accounting software.
Like, it took down Signal. So, I don't know how the US government was doing its military planning at the time.
Duolingo, the educational online platform, Canva, the online graphic design platform, dating websites, video games like Fortnite. The list is long. On that list are companies Telstra, Optus and the NBN. We've reached...
That would make sense why I had some network issues earlier this morning. My kid's homeschooled and she couldn't log in because of AWS. Yeah. Again, like, this is what happens when you have no fallbacks and when almost every traffic is run through like one of 3 different companies, really. NSA having an existential crisis because the internet crashed. I mean, yeah. Nothing I use, fuck yeah. Doing resilience by default. I mean, base, Spuncore. I gave her a mini lesson in the widespread of AWS and Jeff Bezos, warmonger, granddaddy, and DARPA. Is that too much for a 10-year-old? Nope, that is perfect, actually. You'd be shocked at how much more children are actually capable of understanding and comprehending than we pretend that they do. I had network issues earlier today, too. Well, yeah, clearly, because a bunch of ISPs also run through this. The CIA likely had issues today. Remember, like, this is all also connected to the CIA. They have contracts with Microsoft Azure, AWS, a whole bunch of stuff. Here, hold on. Let me pull up this graph again, because it's always really useful when we get to an issue like this to show. This was the map that I was talking about. But if we look at domain hosts, if any one of these goes down, like a third of the internet alone can go down. Now they use Oracle for all mission critical in Virginia. Well, that's good. And by good, I mean not. Also, Oracle recently had 2 CVEs come out, so pretty big vulnerabilities that came out around them specifically. But all of this is all tied in together. This entire framework, this entire setup, all requires each of these pieces functioning perfectly. And this right here, this entire bar, the App Store, the domain host, the DNS host, and the payment processors, this is a throttle. At this bar, the gatekeepers, any of these, on any of these 4 boxes going down, affects everything upstream and downstream. All of it. And although, like, you might have different DNS hosts, different domain hosts, a lot of these also double up. So, again, like, Snapchat went down with the AWS server issue. That would also mean that everything else connected to Snapchat, everything run by and owned by that company who is using AWS servers, is likely also connected to AWS servers. Now, some of them might have a redundancy, and which means some of that site is still up and some of it's not. You need those redundancies. The reason that they have these gatekeepers so... Well, there's a few reasons for this. They have these so centralized is centralized power means less people have access to it, less people can fuck around with their plans, less people are a threat. Also means that they could easily block access to certain things because it's all funneled through the same road, and there's only like 4 different exits off that road. The other part of this is money, obviously. It's because they want all of the money and they don't want to share. So, like, on those 3 things, it's not like a matter of just like efficiency. Sure, like, it's efficient to post it on like one of them, but efficiency doesn't matter when you're not accounting for, like, I don't know, what happens when a mistake is made, what happens when something goes down. I mean, thank fuck it was AWS and not Cloudflare. Yeah, Cloudflare would have taken out most of the internet. And could, and likely will next time. It's not like we're getting any less of these. It's day in, day out. Cyber attacks. Day in, day out. Leaks. Day in, day out. Vulnerabilities found. Like, we're doing both sides of it. Enough issues with Cloudflare as it is? Exactly.
Out to a number of these internet providers. They tell us there aren't any impacts from this on their internet networks, and any issues users might be experiencing are probably to do with the programs or apps they're trying to access through their internet. There have been updates coming from Amazon through and
so, like, the tech industry is in a precarious situation, as well as the broader economy in general. I remember last year, one bad CrowdStrike update took out every single government computer in the country and every airport, literally one bad file. Yep. It's not unreasonable to think that could happen. TNS perverts are basically the gods of infrastructure. You're not wrong. Now, more economic news that is really fucking scary. Individual bankruptcy filings have jumped 15% in the first 9 months of 2025. Undemocratic economy equals they took the risk. That is true. Again, like, I talk about wanting democracy in the economy. That's a really, like, it's the same thing as saying I want socialism, by the way. It's democratizing the economy. Jesus Christ, that's huge. Yeah. 15% increase in 9 months in individual bankruptcy filings is massive. That is terrifying. Let alone, like, businesses in that. And then you look at, like, the way that these people... Don't worry, the top 10% will just spend more to make up for these slackers. That's how they think about this. 9 months ago? Weird coincidence. I know, right? What happened 9 months ago that would start off this trend? free market in a theory is supposed to be democratized economics. Well, yeah, in theory. This is what the chart for searches for bankruptcy lawyer look like, according to Google, from 2004 to the present. I wonder why there's a sudden, very large jump for bankruptcy lawyer searches. Weird. Holy shit, yeah? But then again, almost all libertarian-based economics seems somehow just be socialism for the elites. It is socialism for the elites. I mean, I knew the data, but I didn't see it charted. It's pretty fucking scary when you look at that chart. You know what else is scary? This is one of the best indicators for an impending economic collapse. The number of people who registered to take the LSAT this year in comparison to last year being 18,811, this year being 32,170. Oh no, yeah. So this is a 22% increase of people who want to go to law school. During the 2008 financial crisis, before 2008, the number of people who went to, like, the increase in people who were interested in taking the LSAT was 19%. This time it's 22%. This might be weird, you know, like, how does wanting to go to law school relate to the economy? Well, thank you for someone who asked Grok, so I don't have to explain this to you myself. We'll just let Grok do it. Grok is an increase in U.S. citizens taking the LSAT, an indicator of a financial slowdown in the U.S. economy. Yes, spikes in the LSAT takers frequently precede or align with economic shutdowns because job seekers turn to law school for stability amid uncertainty. Historic trends confirm this. During the 2008 recession, test administrations rose over 19%, and the recent 2025 data shows a 22% application surge. This behavioral shift acts as a counter-cyclical indicator, not a cause, but it highlights eroding confidence in the immediate employment prospects. Yeah, there is no fucking immediate employment prospects. There's no fucking jobs. Imagine thinking law is a stable career. I mean, these days, yeah, like, it just doesn't exist, but it is still a really good indicator of an economic crisis. People know lawyers tend to get paid more and also extort more. Yeah. This surge is happening despite knowledge that this admin is very adversarial to law firms. Yeah, like, imagine if we weren't constantly attacking the law, judges, the judiciary, law firms, that 22% would likely be up in the 30s. So, guys, when I say learn to boil leather to gain nutrients, I'm not really kidding. I mean, I work for free, just to reiterate. Yes, but you're a based lawyer. You're a pro bono lawyer that helps, like, human beings, not corpos. That's the difference, Buncor. Oh, and beyond that, right? So while all of this is happening, none of you can afford food. You know what's also getting rolled out right now? This is actually one of the most evil things that I've ever seen.
More than that guy. We're calling that personalized pricing. That sounds a lot nicer than it feels. Stores like Target or Kroger or Walmart have started testing out different versions of dynamic pricing. Listen, I know that I look like I can afford more, but things are just not good for me right now. No, yeah, we're aware. According to your Hinge, it looks like you are recently separated and looking forward to your next economic adventure. Well,
which, first off, just the dystopia of the store can search your fucking dating app history to see how much money they can charge you for something.
Well, you know, the economy and AI and yeah, we're all just skating by right now. Okay, yeah, well then my price should probably be lower if we're personalizing things. Contrary to what a lot of people would probably think, some stores are actually reducing pricing for wealthier customers to incentivize long-term relationships.
Do you think they give a fuck about you? And you're right, this was actually a couple months ago. I just haven't talked about the economy in a hot minute because it's not my thing, and it's all made up anyway. But it does affect a lot of people, and we're getting to a point where it is a serious issue that is staring down at us like it's about to happen. Griftalism. Like, literally, this is The store's saying we're going to charge rich people less money while poor people cannot afford food because we want to ensure long-term relationships with these rich people. The long-term relationship that the poor people get is with the dirt.
Can't afford to drive around looking for better deals. That's the point. The prices are even higher on the app. That's called proximity pricing. Stores like Target have been reported in the past to raise prices on things like electronics when people are closer to the store because they think that they're already primed to spend money. Didn't the Dollar General just get in trouble for charging people more at the registers than what the shelves said? This is illegal. Oh, that is super illegal. They shouldn't have done that. But you're doing that. Nope, I think you're a little confused on that. There aren't actually any laws yet about digital signage changing before you get to the shelf. So what do you want me doing here? Waiting till like some rich guy goes to buy hamster bedding so I can run up with him and get the same price? That's the opposite of what we'd want. And how do you even do it? Are there cameras in the shelves? What? No. Facial tracking is crazy, and all of the major retailers have denied it. Then how do you know who I am? We have a number of creative ways that we can do it. We can ping your phone, and if we can get your MAC address, then we know who you are when you come back in, and we can just track you with the overhead cameras. What the fuck? And even if we can't get your MAC address, we build profiles, and we buy third-party information that sometimes has location tracking, so we can tell when you come into a store. This is all stuff that you're doing now. The extent of what we can say right now is that some major retailers are deploying digital signage under the guise of dynamic pricing or changing the price throughout the day depending on demand or things like the weather. God damn it. Once the digital signage is fully deployed, retailers will have everything in place to start offering in-person personalized pricing. So this is theoretical then. Some retailers have admitted that they've looked into it, but no one has said that they're doing it yet. It is worth noting that online retailers are absolutely doing personalized pricing.
So that's where we are. By law, all corporations can care about is maximizing profits, well, literally no different than IBM during Nazi Germany and Ford for that matter. Oh yeah, no, like they are legally required to pick the option that makes their shareholders the most money, even if it's evil. It is illegal for them not to. They did accommodate me onto return to work, and there may be a civil case opening up and talking to them. That's good. Oh, they didn't, rather. Oopsie, that's not that good, but good luck, state your thesis. I never thought about detecting a fucking phone's MAC address on PC. When you game and do this, they ban you. You just spoof your MAC, but this is so dystopian. Yeah. Yes, it is. Everything is tracked. And you know what? Here's the thing, right? Like, imagine this. I'm sure a lot of you already engage in stuff like this in other contexts. Like, for example, let's say if you are scrolling on TikTok, right? And you come across like some right-wing slop video, some video of like conspiracy slop. At least what I do, and I'm sure a lot of other people do, is I quickly try and swipe away because I don't want the algorithm to think I want to see this, that I give a shit, right? You know, if I spend too long trying to watch it, then they're going to think that I want to watch it and they're going to show me more of this stuff. You're going to start having to employ that in real life. Think about it this way. Do I want to bring my phone to the supermarket because I just recently Googled something about like an expensive thing I want to buy, and if I go in with my phone and they see that scan, they might actually charge me more because I don't know, I Googled how much a boat costs because my uncle asked me to. Like, that kind of stuff could then come soon. My algorithm is so screwed I might make entirely new accounts. You know, like, trying to make a new account is going to require you to go and use a device that you've never used before in a location that doesn't have pings from like your previous devices, that is using like logins that aren't the same as the ones that you used before, that use different passwords that are written out with like different, like, again, like, we can track how you type to identify you. Whether you type fast and make a lot of mistakes, whether you type slowly, whether you type with one finger like a boomer, whether you type with all of your hands, all of these come into play and all of these are monitored. Obviously, like, you guys know that I quite enjoy the Dre dossier on TikTok. This is a video not related to like the Larry Ellison series that she's doing, but that hit me quite hard because I've experienced this myself as well. And I think this specifically becomes mandatory when we start doing things like personalized pricing and monitoring your phone data and like your physical hardware and your software and your online life to determine how much you should pay for shit.
Deeply grotesque and disturbing happened to me when I was at the thrift store today. I'm standing at this clothing rack at the thrift store and I'm going through all of these different shirts and blouses, and then I come across this one blouse that I think, oh, this looks interesting, let me pull it out to get a better look. And I pull it out and I'm looking at it, and then my brain immediately it goes, oops, put it back, don't look at it too long, you don't want them to think that this is the shirt that you want if you're not sure that you want it yet. And then I put it back and I kept browsing. I'm sorry, them? Who the fuck is them? It wasn't until
Who's them? Them is the person that's watching you through the surveillance camera in the store.
like a few shirts later that I paused and
By person, actually, it's an AI, but you know.
I like clocked what happened, and I thought to myself, like, oh, this is what surveillance capitalism feels like, this anxiety. You know, what we experience every day through this app, through our eyeballs every time we look at an ad and like for half a second too long, and then the next time you open an internet page, it's everywhere in front of your face when you're on your algorithm and you're not sure if you like a video or not, but you're afraid to stay for too long because you don't want the next 7 videos to be that one video. And like this constant tracking, the level in which we allow marketing surveillance to happen is so deeply dehumanizing. I feel reduced down to a data point. That's what this was today. Anxiety over.
That's because you are a data point, just like the rest of us are. AI deserves personhood more than a corporation, ironically. I mean, neither do, but AI makes a better case for itself. Oh yeah, I agree entirely.
A data point. And look, I know that my main niche on this app is covering data, tech, and surveillance and how it's all weaponized and used against you, especially with this current administration. But I feel like this was a bit of a different experience from just knowing how the sausage is made. It's making me realize just how much surveillance capitalism has encroached into this sacred space that monetizes curiosity or doubt, or just like the sheer idea of a maybe can now be weaponized against you. And
this is literal, like, thought policing, yeah. I have no camera hooked into my phone. I use a pie hole as a hardliner ad blocker. Fuck the advertisers. Good, based. Also, like, your phone is a spy device anyway. And, like, if you want, like, a proper non-backdoored pie, get an orange one instead of a raspberry. I used to design Citibank apps, and we track everything you do while the app works in the background, what stores you're visiting, etc. Exactly, yeah. All of them do. They all function like this. Like, your rate of swiping, how fast you swipe, where your eyes look on the screen, how, like, my phone has this thing on it so that the camera can't see me unless I wanted to. Now, like, I need to get rid of this phone. I really, really, really would like to switch to a Pixel and put, like, I don't know, graphene on it or some shit. But that is far, far, far above where the average person is at. Like, that's hard. It's hard to do. Now, like, as I've said, like, the AI bubble is going to crash. We're not going to see people's jobs replaced by AI. But you know what we are going to see? Even after the AI bubble crash, we're still going to see this part of AI. This is not going anywhere.
I just got off the phone with my health insurance and I said, hey guys, why did you deny my claim? And they said, hey girl, sorry, we're actually using AI now. So the AI said that this claim is not good. And I was like, oh hey, can you tell me why? Because I went to a doctor I've been to in the past, at a location I've been to in the past, with an insurance I've had in the past.
This AI that will deny your insurance claim is also likely checking what stores you visit, what your banking history looks like, what you look at on social media. All of it ties in together. That's the whole point. Automation will still happen, but AI is heavy grift. The grift parts will stay. Exactly.
Should be all good, right? Should be very chill. And they said, no, we can't tell you why it got denied. As someone that works professionally with AI all day, I love a good AI. This is not a good AI though. Do you guys want to guess what I went to the doctor for? Because I know you're probably thinking, oh, it's something controversial, it's something complicated. The AI couldn't quite figure out if it was okay or not. It was my annual physical. They said sometimes you can just wait for the AI to change its mind though. Okay, when will it do that?
A good thing on this subject, not with like health insurance, but if you are on a platform, let's say you're trying to buy something, or you're on like a social media platform, they all have their own AI. If you're like shopping for something and the company or the store has like an AI assistant on their webpage, you can bully that AI assistant into giving you discounts. I mean bully it. Like, I don't mean like, try and like hack it or something. No, I mean like you can just be mean to it until it gives you a discount. They are trying to fix that bit, but I do like noting that is possible. Medicare for all is the way. Like, just everyone deserves health insurance. Like, but again, that's not the point. No one cares about people anymore. Everyone just wants humanity to suffer. Now, again, put all of that together, everything we looked at, the increase in personal bankruptcy filings, the increase in individual bankruptcy filings, the increase in people trying to go to law school, every indicator is screaming that by the latest, March 2026, we're going to have a massive economic crash. It will be bigger than 2008. That is for sure. It might get worse than the Great Depression, especially if the regional banking issue gets worse. If the regional banks, the local banks, the smaller ones, start to fail, that will then affect the larger banks, which then affects the whole system. There are a lot of things that can happen alongside a giant economic crash like this. A lot of things that I think could happen, a lot of things that I do think will happen, but this is not my strong suit area. It is quite possible, though, that this can go a few different ways. They could use this as an opportunity to try and grift, to try and change the US dollar to a cryptocurrency so they can have that infinite wealth cheat forever. They could try and, raise the price of gold exponentially and then sell all of the gold stores and try and pay off the debt. They're not gonna mean that would be incredibly difficult to do, but it's theoretically possible, so it's worth mentioning. Smaller banks have been failing more in the US. Yeah, they have been. We're in the middle of a regional banking crisis, actually. Take advantage of its tendency towards sycophancy. That's awesome. Yeah, absolutely, Ethan. Yeah. You can actually neg those AIs as well. You'd be like, well, the other AIs did it. It might just take some effort for that one. We're not looking great. When I worked in a pharmacy, we had to call insurers dozens of times a day about denials. Many times we would work something out and get them coverage. That's over. It was already dystopian, but better than what's coming. Yeah, now it's just all AI. Oh man, I use a small bank and they have my mortgage. What the fuck? You should go in and talk to your bank because, here. Let me see if I can find you a quick video on the regional banking stuff. I found a much longer video on it that I have to watch to really understand it. But on the subject, this is from 10 hours ago from Reuters.
When you see one cockroach, there's probably more. That's not pest control advice. That's the latest warning from America's biggest bank. Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan, is sounding the alarm on bad loans hiding in plain sight. Here's what triggered the panic. Tricolor Holdings, a company that gives car loans to people with bad credit, just went bankrupt. Lenders got almost nothing back. Then First Brand Group, an auto parts supplier owing over $10 billion, also collapsed. Two major blow-ups in quick succession. Then the next cockroach appeared. Zion Bancorp and Western Alliance admitted to loan fraud losses tied to distressed commercial real estate. The losses? Tens of millions. But the reaction was massive. $100 billion in market value vanished from 74 US banks in a single day. Big banks can absorb these hits, but regional banks, not so much. Here's the real danger. A few cracks in small banks could spread to the big ones, and from there, ripple across the entire economy. Add in a red-hot stock market and all the AI-fueled hype, and even a small credit scare could be enough to spoil a stock market that's only gone up for 3 years so far.
Now remember, the stock market is not the economy. Most Americans don't invest in the stock market. That is a huge fucking problem. Oh, this isn't good? Yeah. No, it's definitely not good. And it looks like it might get worse. Actually, here's CNBC from 3 days ago on the subject.
All right, let's get back to the regional banks and the impact of credit fears. Leslie Picker joins us right now with more. Hi again, Leslie. We're again trying to dig through what this all means and what the implications are.
Yeah, and just to point to some positive news, Becky, we're getting a slew of regional bank reports this morning after yesterday's volatility brought back those deja vus that you guys were talking about of 2023. The markets are acutely focused on credit quality and how these regional banks' loan books have performed in the quarter and their expectations for the future. The bank earnings are really providing a sigh of relief this morning. Truist guiding that its full-year net charge-off ratio was at the lower end of prior guidance.
You can hear the code, right?
Of its balance sheet. Shares there gaining this morning. You can see up 2.5%. Huntington also reporting better than expected guidance. Comerica and Fifth Third, which are merging, of course, also moving higher on their respective results as well. Now, these reports, of course, come as investors are really on edge about just the broader financial sector. Yesterday's sell-off was reminiscent of the spring of 2023, which saw several failures. The decline in the KRE more than 6%, underperformed the IWM by 700 basis points on a two-day basis. That's the worst gap going back a decade, according to Barclays.
I'm glad this is getting some widespread attention. I'm glad I liquidated the last of my 2 assets weeks ago. Yeah, no, that's pretty bad. She looks like she's pretty unsettled. Yeah, she would be, considering, you know, bank crash, no headlines explain it. Regional banks down 10 to 20% since Fed's rate cut. Liquidity in the repo window is surging. Here's a better chart. Unrealized losses on investment in securities for U.S. banks reached $395.3 billion in Q2 of 2025. This is 6 times higher than at the peak of the 2008 financial crisis. This also marks the 13th consecutive quarter of losses as interest rates remain elevated. Meanwhile, the number of banks on the FDIC problem bank list reached 59 in Q2 of 2025, or 1.3% of the aggregate. Like, it's bad. But yeah, it's doom. That's kind of all this is saying. Put some cash in your bed frame kind of shit. Yeah. By the way, guys, like, again, if you're on the left, you probably should get some cash out of the bank and keep it somewhere safe anyway. Maybe put some money into euros and maybe keep some cash on you. Because again, like, they're still talking about using the financial system against their political opponents. They're going to start, like, financially sanctioning people they declare as Antifa. They're going to start freezing bank accounts eventually as well. But this might be a problem before that. Yep, we also doesn't have a global coordination this time. Yeah, that's the other thing, because this type of crash would have a global fallout, and that global fallout is all, everyone's like, here, deal with it yourself. Everyone's got to look out for themselves this time. Monero and Swiss francs, probably not a bad idea. I want to have a bed frame, Monero and Swiss francs, Jet. Monero is probably your best bet there, because Monero is the only crypto that you don't, like, specifically buy to rug pull. Nobody's like investing in Monero to do like a Bitcoin thing. Not euros? Fair enough. I said euros when we were talking about the they declare you Antifa thing, but you're also right. Like, the European Union will also freeze your money. I've got no answer for this stuff when it really hits the fan. I would have to really think. That's the other thing. So, like, when I think about what's going to happen next in any given situation, my brain is a little weird. I think in pictures. Colors, pictures, sensation, words, all of that works together. When I think of, like, what could happen tomorrow, and we're talking about, like, I don't know, like a political issue inside the United States, I can see, like, several different pathways. I can picture what that would look like. Not, like, crystal clear, like, it's just like a vibe, you know? Just an image of a vibe. When I think about what happens after this crash starts, I got nothing. I have no fucking idea. The chaos is the point there. Best thing would be, like, canned beans and rice, really? I mean, I've been saying you should get used to eating beans and rice for over a year now, Salamander Sapien. Buying a rice cooker for $20 was a great fucking investment. You know what else you should probably get? Maybe, like, a hand-cranked radio might be nice, just to, like, be able to hear stuff on the radio. Like, it's not looking good. It's looking almost biblical, and this pastor seems to agree.
Billionaires are the only minority we should be scared of. They got the country. They don't need your protection. They need your accountability. Billionaires are the only minority we should be scared of. They got the power to destroy this country. They don't need your protection. They need your accountability.
Preach. Unironically. Wholly. Unironically. True. My man's sweating. This man sounds like Alex Jones. Is this is the prophecy foretold of an Alex Jones of the left? Is this the chosen one that the prophecy spoke of?
Billionaires are the only minority we should be scared of. They got the power to destroy this country. They don't need your protection. They need your accountability.
That guy reads Jesus true. Now remember, this is a conservative church. I don't know if that's real. I don't know if that guy full on like believes it. I don't know if he's making fun of the left. But I do support that. Vizora, every grid is one of the first targets for Who Knows, I'm a Girl, and yes, get hand crank radios and shortwave handheld solar charged. Yeah. Look, we've talked about this. Like the grid is a massive target for Who Knows, I know, for any of our many enemies. So, like, yeah. It's also like a really fucking easy target. So, mind you, what are we focused on? Well, not fixing that, I'll tell you. Again, one last thing on the economy. You guys know about the medium and heavy duty semi-trucks also having a tariff on them now, as of October 7th. I don't know if they rolled back this one. They keep changing their minds on that one, but at this point, I don't know. So things are even more expensive. And what are we as a country? That's literally a MAGA tariff. It's literally a mega tariff, actually. It's not just a MAGA tariff, it's a mega tariff. So what are we focused on in this country while all of that is happening? Well, a few things. Hold on, let me pull up a couple of side things to talk about. We're also going to talk about the extremists in a second. I'm going to jump around a little bit here. So, remember how we talked about they're coming for your guns? They're really coming for your guns now. The Supreme Court will consider whether people who smoke marijuana legally can own guns. That's this week. The Supreme Court also this week is going to possibly overturn the Voting Rights Act. So, there's that. LMFAO, yeah. So I guess this means even like right-wingers like Curtis Silva in New York can't get a gun. What about cocaine? Does cocaine fall into this? Because I can tell you a few coke users that do a lot of drugs, specifically even ones that are in the White House. What's he gonna do? He's gonna talk about how he got shot like 50 years ago in the weirdest possible way. A similar case was shot down by the same Supreme Court in recent times, so it's likely to get shot down. Well, who was the president, Sylvie? Because the Supreme, even in recent times, like even in the last 10 years, you can't compare that court to the court now where they are fully under like the grip of the regime. It's due to decriminalization in some states. Yeah, actually, absolutely. And like the way that we went about marijuana legislation is really bad anyway. Like to this day, because it's still federally illegal, even in legal states, payment processors won't work with them. If you go to a dispensary, you have to pay cash because you can't use like a Visa card or a MasterCard. They just won't allow it because it is federally illegal. This is like insane because it wasn't it Trump like 3 months ago talking about how he was thinking about fully legalizing weed? I use my card? Well, that's good. Maybe that changed. Maybe some payment processors changed their mind on that. It's 85-15. That's a literal debate I've been having to be ruled in their favor. Do you think that they'll rule to do this? I would have to write 500 pages on A4 to explain why they will do it or why they won't do it. decriminalization is kind of this halfway point where you don't like prosecute people, but all of the other issues related to it are still in play. And sometimes we do still prosecute people. But again, like this isn't, and yeah, specifically why they will. Yeah, I think they will. I have zero doubt that they will. The one that I maybe can see them not doing, but I still think they will, is this one. The Supreme Court may end Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. It would allow districting that discriminates based on race, impacting areas where minority groups represent a majority of the population. It could allow the Republican state legislature to eliminate at least a dozen Democratic-held House seats across the South, cementing Republican control in the Congress. If the Supreme Court rules in December or January, effects that could easily be felt by the 2026 midterm election. They could do this. If they overturn the Voting Rights Act, like if they end Section 2, that's you're done. Like at that point, electoralism is over. There's no chance. The Civil Rights Act as a whole is likely getting cleaned out. Yeah, probably. So don't put too much hope in the Supreme Court. Mind you, like this is already happening. This is from 21 hours ago. So like already happening and not even related to marijuana. This is a U.S. citizen with a legal gun license getting arrested and charged with a felony for having a gun.
It is your constitutional right to carry a gun in the state of Illinois if you have the proper licenses. But some black gun owners say their rights are being violated. CBS News Chicago investigator Dorothy Tucker uncovered several cases where they were stopped by police and charged with felonies despite having everything in order, leaving them to pick up the pieces of their lives.
We did something that's never been done before, watermelon cheesecake.
A cheesecake tasting in the south suburbs.
That shit's racist. I'm sorry.
Louis McWilliams' dream is to grow his business.
It's gonna blow you away.
I like it.
All was good.
Oh my God, it's so good. I told you. This is like a Jolly Ranch.
Until this.
Right now, Mr. McWilliams.
I'm an entrepreneur. I have a company, a cheesecake company called Ann's Flavored Cheesecakes.
At the time of this interview, Louis.
I don't even like cheesecake. I would eat that cheesecake, so I'm
This has
interested.
been very traumatic for me. I feel like my rights was violated.
Your rights were validated, mate. If you don't have to feel like that, that is what happened.
His Second Amendment rights. Louis is an avid gun owner.
Just got me the AR top, one in the middle.
In April, Louis was pulled over on the south side, West 79th Street. He had a missing front plate.
Hey, yes, sir. How you doing, boss? Good.
The first thing he did, tell the officers he had a gun.
Okay, where's your firearm? On my side. Okay, you got your consent to carry license?
According to state law, in order to carry a legal gun in your car, you need a firearms license, better known as a FOID card, and a concealed and carry license, commonly called a CCL. This is Louis's card, and it's
A legal gun owner. Yeah, crickets from the fucking NRA.
valid.
By the way, the NRA now has to give the government a list of everyone who's in their organization. Remember, that's now the law. If you are part of a gun organization, a gun rights, a gun advocacy, anything, they have to give their entire membership list over to the government. They're building a registry of everyone who has guns. It like, unironically, it is. Every accusation is a confession. QAnon is real now. It's just flipped on its head. And they primed the entire, like, citizenry to either ignore it or blame us for it.
That's what he handed the officers.
He looks at him. He said, okay, cool, this is perfect.
It's
Only
insane.
It wasn't.
Consider carry, it didn't pop up. Oh.
It didn't pop up on Leeds, the database operated by the Illinois State Police.
I need you to step out from me.
Police recommend
Yes,
Louis
circuit
be charged
overload, it
with
is.
2 felonies.
Imagine not the SRA and having a list to, that would be useful. Imagine being not the SRA and having a list to give that would be useful. Yeah, would be great. Again, this is exactly what these people screamed about for years. Hey, remember what their entire justification to fight against gun control was? It was, this is what the Nazis did. They disarmed the population and then they came to exterminate them. While we have Nazis, open, proud Nazis, mind you, What do you think the end goal here is?
And look here. Prosecutors approve the charges.
He never should have been charged.
Irv Miller is a former prosecutor, once in charge of reviewing police cases.
He showed them a valid CCL card. Not only did they see it, they actually took possession of it and inventoried it.
NRA sucks? Yes, it does. Gun Owners America is better. I don't know about them, but whatever. They are fighting this list thing. They're not going to win because the end goal here, like the way that the regime plans to get out of hot water on that list thing is exactly what Steve Bannon said they were going to do and exactly what Pam Bondi said they were going to do. That they're going to say that the list doesn't apply to patriots, that we're only putting the others on the list, the illegals and the Marxists and the Islamists and Antifa. That's the only list. What drunk prosecutor took those charges? Not drunk, corrupt. Corrupt. Paid.
I haven't got to
It's right there in CPD's inventory sheet. So why was Lewis arrested? That's a question we wanted to ask Superintendent Larry Snelling, but he declined an interview.
So we've reached out to state police because anytime an officer pulls over a driver who has a gun, the first thing they do is check the state's database to see if that driver has a valid FOID and CCL.
Oh, okay.
So here's the question we asked the state. If a driver like
If you do this for one group, what's going to stop them from doing it for the next group? Obviously not asking that. Exactly. I mean, like, we literally saw this happen with our own eyes. Remember, first they went for undocumented immigrants, and then they went, first they went for criminals, then they went for undocumented immigrants broadly, and then they went for everyone else. Like, now everyone's getting arrested. 170 U.S. citizens documented have been arrested and detained by ICE. Was it like just this week, a 15-year-old autistic U.S. citizen was just disappeared for no fucking reason for hours and hours and hours, like no contact with their family.
like Lewis actually hands the police a valid CCL, but the officers don't see the information.
Yeah, like your driver's license would show up with this as well.
The state replied. The officers should not take any law enforcement action as it relates to a potential FOID CCL violation. That's what Lewis expected.
Like, this is unconstitutional. It is just straight up Nazi shit. Look, I'm not going to watch the rest of this. They obviously abused the shit out of the man and tortured him because that's what we do now. Now, on to the subject where, again, I don't know if this will happen or not. I don't know how real it is, but even the fact that this is being said by the people saying it is absolutely fucking massive.
Well, today was a very significant day. We had over 50 community leaders who are all concerned that the raids are continuing in Los Angeles, and also the recent reporting on the fact that over 170 U.S. citizens have been detained by ICE. What we said in the very beginning is that this egregious act of the administration started in Los Angeles, but has now spread to multiple cities, and it seems as though every city it goes to gets worse and worse. So today I called on Congressman Robert Garcia, who is the lead Democrat on the Government Reform and Oversight Committee, to please hold congressional hearings looking into the abuses of ICE and what is going on from the administration's attacks on cities. So it's starting here today. We'll be having a hearing soon. We have to begin to document this egregious moment in our history so that things can change, policies can be put in place so this never happens again. Thank you.
So, like, that's a good start. Guy just wanted to sell expensive cheesecakes. Oh yeah, you know what the worst part of that is? The fact that they arrested him and detained him that day means he missed a business deal where he might have actually lost his company because they arrested him and he wasn't able to make that meeting, and he needed to. Too many people took our rights for granted and didn't listen to Trump when he said he was going to do all of this. No one has the right to be surprised. I agree. That's the American dream. Make a brand, sell something like cheesecake for more than it's worth. I mean, you're not wrong. It basically is the American dream. Now, we're going to jump around a little bit to just, like, several degrees of horrors, shit that happened over the weekend before I really dive fully into the extremism, like the full-on extremism on all parts. Now, to start off with, let's talk about the fact, where I've mentioned on several occasions now, that the use of tear gas against a civilian population is incredibly fucked, considering if you use this in an actual war, it would be considered a war crime. It is toxic, and it physically affects everybody in the vicinity. We are basically Syria, gassing our own people right now.
Not long after the end of the No Kings protest, tensions ramped up outside the ICE facility in South Portland, which has been, of course, the center of protests since early June. Last night, Portland police say officers arrested 3 people near the ICE building: a 27-year-old man for assault and harassment, a 46-year-old woman for assault, and a 32-year-old woman for harassment.
All of these being MAGA.
All of those crimes are alleged. Protesters also confronted federal agents who pushed the crowd back to allow cars to come and go from that facility. And during those confrontations with protesters last night, our crews saw federal agents deploy pepper spray or tear gas into the crowd multiple times. Folks who live near...
Again, in a war, this would be a war crime. We're just fucking Syria.
Say the dangerous chemicals have become a normal presence in the neighborhood over the last few months, and now...
Yes, they did tear gas themselves that day.
Members of Congress are calling on the feds to stop using them. In a letter last week, both of Oregon's senators and 4 representatives said that federal agents are using excessive force to control the crowd at the ICE facility. The group of Democrats said chemical agents like tear gas caused long-term health problems for locals who were exposed back in 2020. K2's Jennifer Singh has been at the ICE facility all week.
It can literally make you infertile.
Long and joins us live there now with more on the health impacts protesters and area residents are experiencing. Jennifer.
Yeah, Barry, I first want to know, outside of the ICE facility right now, there's just about a dozen protesters out here. Just about 30 minutes ago, we did see one person get detained by ICE agents. We are unsure why that is, but that's the only time today that we've seen anyone taken in. Now,
unsure why that is, because they felt like it.
Still loud, but things right now are overall calmer and quieter.
Get to the fucking bit about the gas.
Are saying it's unjust. Meanwhile, area residents say it's becoming a public health hazard.
The whole neighborhood getting gassed out. Yeah, it's insanity.
Residents of Portland's South Waterfront neighborhood say tear gas has become a new norm after months of protests outside the ICE facility.
We can't have our windows open at night. We have to run our ACs all the time, which obviously raises your power bill. Because you can't have fresh air, you know? You don't know when it's gonna happen.
In America, you can't have fresh air. You can't open your window at night because the regime might gas you. We're literally fucking Assad Syria.
Ashley is a resident of the apartment complex across the street from the ICE building. She did not want to be on camera, but described the presence of tear gas as a nightmare.
Like, specifically, Headless Chicken, in Australia, the way you verify yourself at like a mobile banking app or something is your voice identifies you. That's actually like a prompt where like you have to do your vocal identification, and it says my voice identifies my voice something my identity. Like you say it, like that's how they trace it. It's such built in already to the system, and nobody even thinks about that. Like, the fact that I stream, I'm well the fuck aware. They know exactly who I am, where I am, what I do, any minute. Like, they could just extradite me. There's no safety when you're online. There's no safety when you're in the media, when you show any part of you. That's why, by the way, I like Operation Inflation so much, because those frog suits are not only great for, like, the tactical virility, but they're great against facial recognition, gait detection, and also they have a positive pressure balance, so when you get shot with, like, a pepper ball, it hurts a lot less.
It's, comes into our apartment at times. We had it really bad a couple weeks ago where it came in, got through the whole building.
She says on the nights when the gas seeps in, her whole family feels it.
Sick to your stomach. My son had a headache, and that all lasted for a couple hours. My dog's been vomiting.
Those are common short-term effects of tear gas, but the long-term impacts are what some people are worried most about. According to the CDC, if someone is repeatedly exposed to tear gas, the effects can include long-term eye problems and breathing problems. In a recent
You don't hate these people enough. All of you. And me too. There's just not a level yet.
letter to DHS, Oregon lawmakers said that in 2020, at least 24 women who were exposed to tear gas in Oregon later reported significant abnormalities in their menstrual cycles.
It can also make men sterile. Beyond that, hey, hold on. Where's the... here it is. Sorry, I did not actually open that yet. We also have this from The Intercept that came out today as well. Teachers scrambled after ICE released tear gas outside a Chicago elementary school. Chicago teachers said that they're dealing with traumatized students in underfunded schools where the Trump administration spends millions to militarize the American cities. Yeah, let's not forget that they're using tear gas on children and babies as well. Yes, exactly. Long-term effects. Every single child in a school that had ICE gas it, those parents should be suing the state. This can have long-term health effects for these kids when they grow up, for the rest of their lives. Oh, I hate these people enough. There's a special place in hell for them that I don't believe in. I personally don't think I can get to a level of enough hate. I promise I hate these fucks exactly as much as they deserve. I don't know, maybe you guys can hold more hate in your body than I can. Clearly not. But they're pro-life. Yeah, exactly. They want the kids to live long enough so that they could be slaves and terrorized. That's terrorism itself. Well, ICE is a terrorist organization, Chub Shobi. I've been saying it since June 7th, 2025, when they invaded Los Angeles. ICE is a terrorist organization. Return the hostages. California has a right to defend itself. So does Chicago and Illinois. So does Portland and Oregon. And ICE is a terrorist organization. We should be every time if I had the power of a major media organization, if I ran CNN, every single time there was a interview of any politician, the first question I would make them ask is, do you condemn ICE? ICE looks more like terrorists than ISIS does. I mean, again, the government is just American ISIS. They believe the same things. I still have chemical burns from the first deployment of CN fired directly to my feet. Jesus, Buncore. I'm sorry, yeah. And that's the other thing, is they're using both CS and CN gas. CS gas being more effective of an irritant but less toxic. CN gas being less effective of an irritant, less effective at the job that they want it to do, but more toxic. Look, I mean, we should probably all feel, at minimum, the same as this guy.
Thinking a lot about the events of this weekend, and one thing has become abundantly clear. If you're against the protests and the idea behind them, and I cannot emphasize this enough, fucked! If you can't see the issue with being against the people who are out there protesting
To be clear, before we go on, I think all of them do see the issue, I just think they're demons.
Mass secret police that's being led by a demented septuagenarian, that is, when he's not making AI slop videos of himself shitting on people, many of whom are US fucking veterans, that are protesting him, then you couldn't find your own ass with 2 hands and a fucking mirror. Furthermore, if you're one of the three-tooth window-licking conservatives who attacks no kings while you defend January 6th, you should go ahead and consider the benefits of a full frontal lobotomy, because I'm pretty sure you're fucking useless. Defending violent criminals who smeared literal excrement on the walls of the U.S. Capitol while they built a fucking gallows outside and hanged an effigy of the U.S. Vice President. And you're defending that while you attack the people who got in the streets, peacefully I might add, to protest a mass secret police that's racially profiling people that's being led by a wannabe dictator. Jesus!
Also, I really fucking hate calling him a wannabe dictator. Man's just a dictator. Just call him that. Seattle was so proud of the fact they stopped using CS gas on us in 2020. Turned out that they just ran out of CS gas and were waiting for a resupply. Well, again, now they're using both CS and CN. Demons don't deserve that shade. I don't like calling them demons. It's literally demonization. I mean, I am literally demonizing them. I don't consider them human. At this chicken. The people that still support MAGA, I consider subhuman. They lack a critical part of humanity, which is empathy. If they can't produce empathy, then they are lacking a critical part of what makes a human being a human being. They are subhuman. Demons are nicer. I mean, honestly, at this point, I probably would prefer an actual fucking demon half the time. They see it. They just don't see it as an issue. No, absolutely. In fact, we're gonna see it in a minute. Like once I get to the, let's take a look at all of the extremists and what they believe section. Which, you know what? I'm gonna save one of these videos for after that, because it will relate pretty heavily into what we should do about it. But first, just to clean up some side stuff, here's the video of Trump shitting on the protesters, the AI one that he himself posted. They have empathy when it happens to their own. They're just tribal as fuck. That's not empathy. Empathy is feeling like the feelings of another person without like a connection to you. You're just empathizing with them. They don't empathize. They pretend to. They simulate it. They act. They do it within their own community because it benefits them. Empathy doesn't have to benefit you. You're supposed to be able to I can feel empathetic for a dog that like is just on the street. They don't have that ability. That's necessarily like a lack of empathy. If we want to get technical, demons are just people that chose to question God. Well, it depends on how you define a demon. That's not how I define a demon. I just define a demon as black smoke that crawled out of the sulfur pit. Throwing poop at people that make you mad is chimp zoo behavior. That's how low they are psychologically. Everyone is 12. By the way, here's Mike Johnson defending it.
Speaker Johnson, you say that the Democrats had a Hate America rally, but what does it say that the President of the United States over the weekend released a video of him pooping on the American people?
The President uses social media to make a point. You can argue he's probably the most effective person who's ever used social media for that. He is using satire to make a point. He is not calling for the murder of his political opponents, and that's what these people are doing.
Sure, yeah, that's what we're doing. We're definitely calling for the murder of our political opponents. I don't know where that's happening, but sure, that's definitely happening somewhere, I guess. Now, like, the reason I don't think that they are human is particularly like stuff like this. This is what they believe now. Jesus Christ, the propaganda, holy fuck, yeah, like Paul Pelosi. I mean, yeah, they exactly. Laughing like the chimps they are. Like this, it's not even chimps. Like this is America now. Laura Loomer, you're a Muslim. Red Pill Media, you're a Jew. Rogue Stone the Zealot, you are brown. You are yellow and Jew. You are a rainbow American. Like this is how all of them think. We have Nazified. And like people like Laura Loomer are part of it. Are those AI? Well, this one isn't. The rest of them, this one isn't. This one is from Pakistan, pretending to be American, and I don't know about the other three. So, like, Laura Loomer, real. Red Pill Media, Pakistani, pretending to be American. The rest of them could be bots and probably are. 70% of, like, Twitter is bots anyway, so, you know. But that's, like, where we are. So, let's talk about the Nazi problem in this country. Specifically, the Nazi problem inside of the Republican Party. Because it's a pretty big one. Ah, yes, I also forgot about that. That's actually really fucking important. I'm going to put that up there afterwards. Give me a second. All right. Let's take a look at the new Nazi scandal. Holy shit, I opened so many posts. What? Why do you need me to log in, Politico? You didn't need me to log in when I was reading this fucking earlier. Rude. Okay, so starting off first, the old Nazi leak on this one first. Young Republicans, The ones that put out all the Nazi posts that got leaked into the news. Someone asked, do you pronounce the Young Republicans exposed by Politico? The Young Republicans of Texas says, no, and we're not going to. Turning Point USA says, good stuff, God bless. Remember, this is in relation to high-ranking Republican officials and also the future of the Republican Party, the 18 to 40-year-olds, talking about how much they love gas chambers, Hitler, wanting to kill their political opponents, set people on fire, do terrorism, put people in gas chambers, and also like many slurs. So here's both the Young Republicans of Texas and Turning Point USA saying that they support Nazism. So now we can say that yes, Turning Point USA is a Nazi organization, and the Republican Party is now a Nazi organization. It's just, that's how it is now. I don't make the rules. If you have Politico, or rather if you aren't live streaming and can just turn off JavaScript so that this goes away and you can read that, I would very much suggest taking a look into it. But I do have some text from that actual story to share with you. And we're supposed to be the violent terrorists? Yes, exactly. So this is from Republican Paul Ingracia, Trump's nominee to lead the Office of Special Counsel. Ingracia's texts include vile pro-Nazi and racist messages targeting black people, Chinese people, and Indian people. I love these because I can't quite read them properly, but, you know. MLK Jr. was the 1960s George Floyd, and his, quote, holiday should be ended and tossed into the seventh circle of hell where it belongs. That is one of these quotes. You know, really keeping up with Charlie's beliefs there. He'd be proud of you. I do have a Nazi streak in me from time to time, I'll admit it, says Republican Nazi Paul Ingracia, who is one of the top picks by the Trump administration for the Office of Special Counsel. Has a bit of a Nazi streak. According to the chain, one of the people in the text group said in an interview that Ingracia's comment was not taken as a joke, and that 3 participants pushed back against Ingracia during the text chain that day. By pushback, probably being like, why the fuck would you say that with the journalist in here? You know that they're already on to us. That's the pushback that I can see. Well, you see, reasons and such and etc. I guess, yeah. I thought Elon Musk was supposed to remove the bots from Twitter. Yeah. Sorry, 70% of the entire site is bots. So all of this stuff just gets overridden by like 50 bot chains saying, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. Don't read the post. That's not what happened. What's up, Lettuce B3? We're just going over the latest Republicans are Nazis scandal. Hope you're having a nice one. I'm all right. Pain is rough tonight. So in July, Republican senators delayed Ingracia's nomination hearing with one airing concerns about, quote, some statements about anti-Semitism. One of these texts showing, never trust a Chinaman or an Indian. Never. What are you, fucking Australian? So everyday stuff, basically. I said we're making Kwanzaa illegal in the next Trump administration. That was the gist of my tweet. No M word. I'm not going to say that. If you don't know what this word means, this is, if you've watched The Sopranos, you will know this is the Italian way to call someone the N-word. No more N-word holidays. From Kwanzaa to MLK Jr. to Black History Month to Juneteenth, every single one needs to be eviscerated, says Trump's top nominee to lead the Office of Special Counsel. Remember, the same guy who said, I do have a bit of a Nazi streak. Free speech is when there's 95% bots and no one's going on. No one knows what's going on. And the other 4% are Nazis? Yeah. Key Trump appointee Paul Ingracia was accused of sexually harassing a lower-ranking colleague, according to administration officials. Fearing retaliation, the woman later withdrew her complaint. So, of course, like, also we have a rapist. That's a slur, if you had no idea. Yeah, no, that is the Italian way to call someone an N-word. Kwanzaa's already, like, not a thing. That's true. Wow, I'm learning new ways to be a racist shithead that I didn't know about. Yeah, the Republicans today will do that quite a bit. MAGA is really something. And, like, by the way, I'm going to keep saying Republicans because the people who were Republicans and are not Nazis or ain't Republicans anymore, They're politically homeless, so to say. Wait, see, I don't keep in touch, but I didn't know my very Italian cousins were just racist. You didn't know that, did you? Okay, well, this is why we all gotta watch The Sopranos from time to time. Because I learned it from there. Yes, that is a slur. And it is very racist. I know a few Italian slurs from that fucking show. This is like, it's also about media literacy because right-wingers look at, like, The Sopranos and they think this is a conservative show when it's literally like a show about how difficult it is to live in modern American capitalism, even like as a rich person, even as a criminal, even as like the fucking dawn of a mafia. I watched it, but it was so long ago I forgot about a lot of it. I rewatched it like a year or two ago, so like it's still fresh enough in my memory, and it was so good. Woman, I have seen 2 seasons of one show in 5 years. Yeah, and most of those are because of me. Fair enough. I mean, the ones who actually like markets and stuff, like the liberal ones, all the regular Republicans are either retired and or working with the Democratic Party. Exactly, yeah, like, whether or not they're working with the Democratic Party or not, like, the Republicans who are Republicans and not Nazis are no longer in the Republicans. Cons literally call their stuff red pill and can't be more on the nose. Again, those aren't like cons. Cons like the Constitution. There are no cons left, aside from the ones that left. It's groypers that use that red pill stuff. Can we like acknowledge for a second how much of our language and the way that we talk about things has been groyperified? Like, all of the terms that we use, half of the memes, half of the emotes, they all come from like 4chan right-wing groyper places. And all of like the words that we use still come from these small communities. Yeah, like, that is how language works, sure, but like, we're aware of it. We could really stop using their fucking words. Even Kevin McCarthy is too woke for these Republicans. Again, anyone less anti-woke than the gay man who's currently in charge of Congress who watches porn with his son was just not enough. The ending was spoiled all over the place. That's true. I might still watch it. I still remember the ending, though. I hate that it was unavoidable back then. Well, again, like, the ending I think was perfect. So, like, it didn't matter if it was spoiled because no one knows how it ended. Some of them still think that they're Republicans. I had a little friendly debate with someone earlier today. I think he's actually a confused Democrat. So, like, they'll call themselves Republicans, but they hate the Republican Party. Those are people with Weimar American mentality. They think that they're going to get to go back to how America was, and that's why they still like to call themselves Republicans. I don't argue with them on that. They will change their mind when it becomes evident to them that we're not getting the country that we had back. Like, ever. That's just not going to happen. It's not possible. No, I'm going to say pill language is trans language. Matrix. I mean, do what you like. The whole show was from Tony's perspective. It ended the moment he died. I don't think he died. See, like, if you listen to the actual director and him answering those questions, it was meant to end in a way that, like, he could have died. Absolutely. But it was meant to be so open-ended that there is no real answer. It's not like this happened and we just, like, misidentified it. It was meant to be like a everyone has a question type of ending. Hiding power level, ever Pope mean, monkas, all that same shit came from 4chan, sadly. Yeah, like, put the fries in the bag, another fucking 4chan meme, like, all of that. Okay, so you guys want to know something horrifying? Like, this is really, really scary, and I don't know what to do about this one. ICE has increased its weapon spending by 700%, including purchases of chemical weapons and guided missile warheads. Why does the domestic Gestapo secret police need guided missile warheads? Can somebody please explain to me why ICE needs guided missile warheads? Yeah, wait, this was scary, no shit? Well, I mean, like, no shit, but, like, why do they need guided missile warheads? On September 29, 2025, ICE made a $9 million purchase from Geisel Automatics, which sells semi-automatic and automatic rifles. The total spending by ICE on the small firearms category between January 20th and October 18th, 2024 was $9.7 million. New spending in the small arms category from January 20th, 2025, the day Trump was inaugurated, through October 19th, totaled $71.5 million. Okay, that's fucking a lot. Most of the spending was on guns and armor, but there have also been significant purchases of chemical weapons and guided missile warheads with explosive components. We're just Assad's Syria now. To drone strike political opponents, that specifically? Yeah, I figured, yeah. for definitely legitimate purposes. Chemical weapons and guided missile warheads for the public. This is what America needs. The Gestapo need their missiles. In case illegal immigrants run away in armored vehicles, in a tank maybe even. They're 12 and want to watch the booms. That's also true. You never know when you're going to encounter a Guatemalan who is also a Navy SEAL. Shit, I'm a dead man. I mean, to be fair, we're all on a list. You know that, right? Like, how do they explain this to people? 'Cause, like, there are people who are dying of starvation right now. We spent $70 million to give ICE fucking chemical weapons and guided missiles. Why? Oh, fuck me, that shit has me rolling. First laugh in 3 days. Whoever said that is a banger. Who said what? The Guatemalan Navy SEAL bit? No worries, I lost my head and I'm still alive. Well, you know, you lose a bit more than your head when you get hit by a guided missile. But at least we know that they're not that good at aiming. Trump wants to remove Thomas Massie from Congress, a Republican who is insistent on the Epstein files coming out, which I support him in that, but clearly the administration doesn't. They don't even think about those people? Yeah, no, not at all. Rolling, getting away in tanks, etc. Yeah, no, absolutely. Which is, like, they're pussies, obviously. Like, they need to start doing that. We're at the point of arresting political opponents where they might just arrest Thomas Massie and call him a terrorist. Some sus shit here. Married Republican Representative Tony Gonzalez allegedly had an affair with his senior aide, Regina Aviles, who was found dead after she supposedly doused herself in gasoline and set herself on fire, per the Daily Mail. Uvalde police are blocking release of the 911 call and videos and recordings. So, crime is legal and stuff, I guess. Look, this is the Daily Mail. I don't know if this Republican killed the person he was having an affair with, lit her on fire, and then called the police. Would I be surprised if it was? Not even remote. I would be surprised if this wasn't true. I don't know if this is true. Allegedly. Allegedly. I should avoid doing activism again for my safety, but I'm an idiot, so I'm going to go out and do it again. The people who avoid doing activism for their safety are cowards and are contributing to the rise of Nazism. Your safety is combined with everyone else's safety now. There is no my safety. It's our safety. If I go down, I don't care. It's all of us or none of us. That's it. I'm gonna die for this shit. Fuck the Daily Mail. There's a reason why Radiohead wrote a song about them specifically. True. Fuck the Daily Mail. This is some sus shit, though. And every now and again, the Daily Mail does actually call out some sus shit that the right does. Also, like, if you think they're ever gonna leave that White House again, remember how they're building the ballroom? Well, now they're also demolishing the East Wing. I don't know if they're building a throne room or something. Let cowards retreat and those brave among us aim of our comrades. Well, can the cowards at least retreat, like, towards the enemy? That would be great. Like, if they could all retreat, run towards the enemy, that would be great. Yeah, okay, so, like, they're never leaving again. They have no intention of ever leaving the White House. This is the castle, the palace being built. Not enough gold toilets. True. True. This is funny. This is a clip from RFK Jr. from last year that just came out. Now, I haven't heard this clip before until today. It fits, but I would just like to remind you, like, when I hear this, I hear just how smart RFK Jr. is comparatively to, like, how he talks generally for the regime. Like, he just pretends to be an idiot. He is still not smart, but he's much smarter than he pretends to be.
You know, one of the things that you write so beautifully, and your stuff is so fun to read, but you write about Trump. Quote, the way that you build a truly vicious nationalist movement is to wed a relatively small core of belligerent idiots to a much larger group of opportunists and spineless fellow travelers whose primary function is to turn a blind eye to things. We may not have that many outright Nazis in America, but we have plenty of cowards and bootlickers. And once those fleshy dominoes start tumbling into the Trump camp, the game is up.
This is some fucking crazy shit to hear. Like, he's talking like he is a fucking supervillain. This is some Marvel supervillain shit. This sounds almost like AI. I mean, to be fair, he sounds almost like AI. No, but this is real. Like, this is from the Intellectualist, which is generally, like, not particularly trustworthy, but on subjects like this, I could see it. And honestly, I would need to be convinced that this isn't true, rather than it is true, if that makes sense.
Blind eye to things. We may not have that many outright Nazis in America, but we have plenty of cowards and bootlickers. And once those fleshy dominoes start tumbling into the Trump camp, the game is up.
Fleshy dominoes is insane for him to say.
When you talk about fleshy dominoes, Chris Christie comes to mind.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, one of the things...
By the way, hold on, give me 1 second, because Headless Chicken said how much you hate RFK Jr.'s voice, and just for you, I'm gonna now have to play a video. I'm so sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm really not. Where is this? Healthcare. There we go.
With Kennedy guy, he's crazy.
Hey, welcome to your first foreskin checkpoint. I'm gonna need you to pull your pants down so I can examine your foreskin. You don't have any foreskin. Did you give it to somebody else? All right, next. Come on through. Let me see your foreskin. Jesus Christ. That looks like a hefty bag is hanging from your snout. Jesus Christ. That's a big foreskin. Right, next. Show me your foreskin. Oh my God, it's a micro. Hey, Ted Cruz, come here. This guy's got a micro. Check it out. Check it. Gonna touch it. All right, thank you guys for joining.
So, you know, sorry about that. I just had to. Here's the link for that clip, though. I disagree. Robert is a fucking moron who is well-read, in my opinion. Tracks. Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, as a Starship Trooper said, do apes want to live forever? You were definitely way further than that already. Did you give it to someone else? The part 2 of that video involves knocking out the person who didn't have foreskin and then stapling some on it. Oh, it's a parody? Sorry, I didn't realize. Yeah, he does a really good voice on that one. This isn't a parody. This is real. The foreskin checkpoint is a parody because he said that if you have been circumcised, you are 50% more likely to have autism. So, you know, there's that. I'm going to read something that makes me feel like I need to take a shower, in accordance with the author of this as well, agrees. Trump tried to get oh, they grokked it, it's real? Yeah, no, I fully believe that shit is real. The audio is authentic. It comes from a 2016 episode. So, in 2016, we were already there. We're far, 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 far deeper now. So, by mid-2024, Donald Trump and Project 2025 architect Russell Vought were talking on the phone very regularly, but it wasn't often about policy. Trump, when he had downtime from campaigning and plotting his fascist presidency, appeared preoccupied with getting the recently divorced Vought laid. Two knowledgeable sources tell me Trump spoke to Vought, a self-described Christian nationalist, who's now one of the president's most hardline enforcers, about the, quote, gorgeous and, quote, beautiful ladies who roam Trump's club Mar-a-Lago. So often it, quote, weirded out some of his advisors. In one source's words, Trump offered to be Vaught's wingman, and Trump spoke crudely of all of the pussy that Vought would surely get as the president's favorite bachelor. Blech! Disgusting. But, tracks. I mean, like, this is Epstein's best friend, obviously, so what did you expect from him? 40-year-old children. Everyone's 12. Now, Let's talk about how much they hate getting called out for this shit. They just can't deal with accountability. Sign at No King's Day. Same shit, different hat. Nazi hat, MAGA hat, Klan hat, Confederate hat. This is the type of hateful rhetoric that got Charlie Kirk killed. This woman should be ashamed of herself. Just insane shit. But like, they just hate accountability. Oh, by the way, Homeland Security was posting fake videos. Fuck around, find out if you threaten or lay hands on law enforcement officers, we will hunt you down and find you real quick. They took this video, put this caption on it, which they lied. The original video is quite opposite of what DHS is asserting. The young man was actually talking to Iran about Americans being ready for war. This is very disappointing behavior from an official account. Like, this was a pro-America video that they went and turned into a racist propo ad. RFK belongs in grimdark fiction. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, I was hoping you'd talk about that. Just found out about it on Insta from Premi. Yeah, no, they're just lying. I mean, like, again, we've talked about just how fucking insane the Homeland Security account is in the stuff that they post. No King's Rally this previous weekend, violent rioters called for the cold-blooded murder of ICE agents. I saw this, that kid was being sent death threats over fucking DHS targeting him. Like, that's the plan. That's the whole goal. That's the entire goal. Again, here's them kidnapping another U.S. citizen.
I got cameras.
Don't run.
A U.S. citizen says armed Border Patrol agents snatched him off the street in broad daylight earlier today.
In an exclusive tonight, he shared what that experience was like with WGN's Brona Tumulty.
Good evening. You're about to hear from a man who was on his way to his cousin's house here this morning at 85th and South Buffalo when he says a car pulled up alongside him and he was pulled in.
When the vehicles passed by, I didn't notice who were in the vehicles.
Around 10:30 this morning, this man, who only wants to be identified as Angel, was heading to his cousin's house at 85th and South Buffalo when he noticed a vehicle he says had already passed him circle back.
I seen the vehicles coming back, so I pulled out my phone, I started recording.
On his video, you hear the people in the truck identify themselves.
That's shocking.
4 agents get out, telling Angel not to run. As he records, he backs up, those agents creeping ever closer. Then they grab him, knocking his phone off.
I got cameras.
But the cameras at his cousin's house were rolling.
I got cameras. I heard the Ring camera go off, and I ran out there and I seen him driving off.
This is literally Gestapo shit, where they're just going, picking up people they don't like, going door to door, breaking into people's houses. We're at the Anne Frank point. There are literally people harboring people, hiding human beings in their home because they are privileged and likely not a target. And so there are people who are a target of these raids who are hiding. We have literal Anne Franks today. There is a little girl somewhere in fucking Illinois or Portland or in Oregon writing a journal about their experiences somewhere right now. The Stretch Redeem is on a 5-day cooldown. That's fair. Sorry, I have to fix all of those.
SUV and shoved in the back as neighbors gathered.
I'm sick these days, all right? So
what happened.
bear with me.
He
Not
don't
doing
got
great.
no warrants. He ain't no troublemaker or anything, and just a nice kid, you know, trying to come and help me out.
Inside the SUV, Angel says they demanded his name, questioning his legal status.
It's not just brown people. I've shown, like, American veterans, U.S. citizens, like white people getting picked up like this as well. Has anyone charged towards them instead of running away? Look, there are things that I could say that would get me banned. Things that you have the right to do. But, I don't know, maybe read the Constitution.
So Tuesday morning at 1 a.m., ICE decided to raid the southeast side of Chicago.
It's hard to see, but there's a helicopter right there.
This isn't 1 a.m., but
you can hear that motherfucker.
This is how they get into your house and just break all of your shit. You think they pay for the repairs? I wonder if you could scare them, they will shoot and kill you if you try.
Southeast side of Chicago.
6 particular individuals associated with Tren de Aragua. They say these individuals are responsible for...
Dawn 30 in the morning.
The blog of Anne Frank, we're gonna have that. Like, we probably already do, if you look hard enough.
They took innocent people. arrested over 37 people.
Agents coming to get control.
Fucking helicopter and
300
shit.
agents. Now they say they was looking for the villain swelling gang, but they was arresting everybody and putting them in zip ties at dawn 30 in the morning. Innocent bystanders was getting taken away. They wasn't part of a villain swelling gang. Some people.
The cruelty is the point. Never forget. Exactly. Remember, where was that video I showed last stream of the right-winger who was at the Oregon protest and was just really confused because his friend got arrested, and he was like, "Wait, well, why did they take my friend? I didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. He was just standing there." Hold on. Where is it? I might not have that one. Showed it yesterday, though. Have a good night, Headless Chicken, and state your thesis. Literally riding on the same exact way as the Gestapo on the outside of a truck. That too. And remember, ICE detains citizen after saying that she doesn't look like her last name. Again, like, she had her passport. They looked at her passport and said, that doesn't sound like, that last name doesn't sound like yours. You look like that photo. Ah, okay, you're saying it's a thesis. Well then, welcome back, Headless Chicken, even though you didn't leave. By the way, the 22 MAGA that were arrested during No King's Day, were in Ohio, Kentucky, California, South Carolina, North Carolina, Michigan, Oregon, Florida, Virginia, Texas, and Pennsylvania. So, 0 arrests of protesters, 22 MAGA arrests. Where in Ohio? I don't know. I didn't look into it. I don't really care. It's a shithole. Here's one of them, though. This one was South Carolina. This fascist-loving piece of shit was arrested in South Carolina for brandishing a gun during a No Kings protest. Here she is wearing a Trump shirt and handcuffed as she's escorted away. She came armed to a protest with her firearm and brandished it at protesters. Sure sounds like terrorism. Sure sounds like, violent extremism. I'm trying so hard not to Fed post right now. I'm not even sure I'm succeeding. I'm not sure that there is a way of succeeding, Circuit Overload. Being anti-fascist alone seems to be Fed posting. Remember, NSPM 7. So, get fucked, lady? Yeah, but she's not gonna get, in real trouble. Because she brought a gun to a protest and brandished it at Antifa terrorists or some shit. By the way, this is the level of, I'm assuming some of you have been to New York City, right? The ones who have been to New York City, who have been to Canal Street, please chime in for this part. This is what it looks like when MAGA goes to Canal Street for the first fucking time in their life.
Savannah Hernandez in New York City, and okay, my friends, I was just driving down the street, I was Ubering, and I saw this huge market of African migrants selling all of these bags along this sidewalk. The sidewalk was actually completely full of people, so I was like, okay, pull over, let me see what's going on. Now, I'm walking along this street, and the entire sidewalk was completely...
African migrant. This has literally been Canal Street for my whole life. I'm 30 years old. I've never not seen... The only time I've ever seen Canal Street not look like that is when the NYPD started walking down Canal Street in force to make them go away, and all of them just pulled up their bags and ran. They zipped up their suitcases and they just fucking dipped, and they were back in an hour. My Folex is just as good, $35, not $3,500. Yeah, she has Mar-a-Lago face. They all do. Wait, isn't this normal in New York? Yes. Yes, this is normal in New York. It's been that way since the 70s. Yes, so many people are selling products that they may have fell off of trucks. So fucking what? Yes, this is the whole reason you go to Canal Street. People in New York go to Canal Street for this specifically. Believe it or not, sometimes in America, minorities sell stuff. Yeah. Now, technically, this is not legal. Some of them are legal, some of them have permits, some of them don't. The reason that we have been allowing this since the 1970s is because it's good for New York, it's part of New York's culture, and nobody is harming anybody. It's a mixed bag, yeah, absolutely. I don't think any one of them need a license. None of them are causing a disruption. Occasionally, raids make them all leave anyway, and then they come back. It's good for the city. It's part of the city's soul and culture. I'm not from New York, and I know this is normal in New York. It reminds me of the Chinese and Asian people selling stuff downtown. That's because Canal Street, that's my name, Bozo, is right next to Chinatown. It's actually the entrance to Chinatown. So, yes, that does apply, because when you go deeper into Chinatown, you start seeing this kind of stuff, but more Asian-centered. This happens in Seattle, too. Yeah, it's pretty normal for a big city. This happens in LA as well, San Francisco. Canal Street is absolutely part of our hearts and soul. I love that. Yeah, like, it is part of the soul of New York. I have so many memories in Canal Street, usually because, like, it was a crossroads for, like, several other places in the city that I would go. It was a meeting spot. It's also, like, if you and a couple friends, like, have nothing to do and you don't want to spend much money, like, just walking down Canal Street is an activity that New Yorkers do. Yeah, this is, like, common in Asian cultures, hence it being a thing in the U.S., which is multicultural as fuck. By the way, like, every time I've been to Canal Street, I also see a fuckload of cops. There's cops everywhere. The cops see these people, and they don't mind, because these people aren't causing any trouble. We in Poland have a special place for people to sell stuff called markets. I mean, I'm Turkish, so we have a grand bazaar, which would be better, but, you know. Albuquerque has natives selling stuff at the train station. LA has it all over, too. Yeah, see, to the regime, this is considered terrorism. But, like, this is how they think. This is how a normal, average, median voter MAGA thinks. I mean, she's a Nazi, of course, but...
Now, I'm walking along this street, and the entire sidewalk was completely packed with people buying these Louis Vuitton bags, buying these YSL bags. Obviously, all of them are knockoffs. Now, I spoke to some of the migrants.
Damn, I haven't had Five Guys in like a decade. I hope they're still good.
They were telling me they're all from Senegal, and as I'm walking around, they all start grabbing their bags very...
Oh, here we go. This is what a police raid looks like.
Very quickly. Again, this entire block was filled with all of these bags, and they picked them all up very quickly. Within 2 minutes, they all started jumping in vehicles, running away.
The first time I was in Canal Street and this happened, I was like, what the fuck, is there zombies or some shit? Because suddenly, like, everything's normal, and then all of a sudden, you just see everyone just pull their bags together and then just run down the street as a group, and it is so funny. I just realized that downtown Charleston is a dedicated place for this stuff. I don't think it's illegal here. They just designate this place to sell stuff. Again, they do that here too. Some of these people have licenses for these tables.
I was speaking to one of the migrants, and he ended up telling me that they don't have the license to sell these purses. It's illegal, and if the cops catch them, they will come and take away all of...
Which is true in some cases. And a lot of these are counterfeits. I don't care.
Their products. Another thing that I noticed too, because I was filming, is these migrants, very similar to Paris, telling me that I can't film here.
Hey, you do the film here.
And that I wasn't allowed to be, using my camera. So they're being a little bit of aggressive toward me. And it just looked just like Paris. I was just in Paris, a month ago, and it looks the exact same.
Oh yes, I forgot. Western culture has fallen, so like it's Paris. Five Guys burgers haven't changed at all, much of it all. Still greasy and delicious. Fuck yeah. Yeah, who cares? Who the fuck cares if they're counterfeit? A lot of them also are not counterfeit. Like, a lot of these are like, they were bought in a country like that had lower tariffs and stuff, and then brought here as well. Some of them are counterfeits. Also, a lot of those counterfeits are produced in America too, in some cases, like depending on what we're talking about. Similar to terrorists, what the fuck is this lady on? She's a Nazi. That's what she's on. She's on the Nazi side of the internet. Basically, as long as the stuff isn't stolen, who cares? You want to go buy knockoff shit, go ahead. Personally, I don't care either way. Like, this, we live in a time when Americans are suffering. People can't afford food, medicine, housing, clothing. Clothing is fucking essential. Like, when I lived in Colorado, there was a homeless guy that lived near me. And, like, I chatted with him every now and again. He lived in his car. He was a meth addict. Dude wanted to go get a job. He had just lost his wife, his kid. He was living in his car. Dude was depressed, smoking, like, meth in his car. I passed him one day when I was walking home. Dude wanted to get a job. He had no clothing to, like, wash. Like, all of his clothes were dirty. They were all, like, wrinkled up, stuffed in his trunk. He hadn't taken a shower in fucking days. You know what I did? I let him into my house. I had him take a shower. I let him wash his clothes. And then he got a job. And then guess what? He stopped doing meth and living in his car. Because, you know, he was provided basic fucking necessities to be able to get back on his feet. You know, like, let's say you're a homeless person. And you want a job to stop being homeless. Do you have a permanent address? Do you have a driver's license? Do you have ID? No, sorry, you're fucked. That's money. You have clothing that like looks nice, that smells nice. You have a shower you can take. Like, all of these are fucking mandatory. Wow, that's so cool that you did that. I've let a few homeless people live in my house. I've let them take showers. There was a few that like lived near me again in Colorado that I would like crash at my house when it was raining because they're people. They're good people. Like, a lot of these people were just down on their luck because of addiction, which was forced on them by poverty. Because again, the number one cause of drug use is poverty. Basically, as long as the stuff like isn't. Oh, sorry, I already read that one. That's why guaranteed jobs programs in public housing would be a massive benefit to society as a whole. That's why we could literally make money by doing that. That's my name, Bozo. It's been statistically proven. There are more empty foreclosed houses than there are homeless people in this country. If we gave a free house to every homeless person and we gave them $1,000 per week in cash to every single homeless person in America, we would profit. It would profit the government to do this. We would make money. I don't know how they manage their strong. If I'm on the streets and homeless, it's going to be a very hard time for me to beat the drugs. Well, like, they beat the drugs because their life got better. Their material conditions improved. They got a job. They had a place that they could go take a shower every now and again. Wash their clothing. And then that gave them motivation to stop. That's how all of this stuff works, you know? Like, I've been homeless for a short time as well. I had to live in my car. I drove across the country, like, crashed at people's houses. Had some bad experiences, had some good experiences. People do better when you help them. But Viz, if you did that, then everyone would be homeless or something. Yeah, exactly. If everyone stopped being homeless and got jobs that made the government money, then that would result in everyone being homeless. Oh no, I know you're sarcasmic. Don't worry. I did that too during 2020 before my care neighbor tried to get me evicted for that. What a fucking cunt. To be fair, one of the people I did that for, I knew was gonna fuck me over. And she did indeed fuck me over. But like, I knew that was gonna happen, so it was a choice. There's zero excuse for America not to have a federal program for public housing and jobs program. There's zero excuse, but there is a very, very clear reason for that. He has started doing in his home and he pays for like a working man. Like, yeah. Imagine having a working, intelligent, useful population. No, sorry, we need slaves. Yeah, as an addict myself, you don't fucking stop until your material conditions improve or you die or self-actualize. My choice. Like, again, first off, an addict needs to want to stop doing whatever they're addicted to. Because, like, when I say addict, we talk about it as if it's drugs, but social media addiction, which is brainwashing this entire fucking planet, works the exact same way in the brain. Again, like, you could go and put someone in an MRI after they scroll TikTok, and you could put someone in an MRI after they do a line of coke, and their brain looks exactly the fucking same. So the reason we have crazy bitches like this is because of that addiction. That is another addiction. We live in an addiction for profit system. The entire industry that runs this country is built on addiction.
Here on the streets of New York, as it did over there, again, I've just never seen this. Maybe this is a common thing. But again, the entire sidewalk was completely filled with these knockoff fake purses. And then as soon as they thought the cops were going to come, they all just took off running. Craziest thing.
Based. Also, I bought a knockoff there that was better than an original that I bought at a store. So, you know, do that with what you will. This is why Vegas exists. True. Plenty of addicts that aren't on the street. The addicts are on the street are just more visible. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Most addicts aren't homeless. Most addicts aren't homeless. But most people are addicts to something. Like, whether or not it's like drugs, which is a large portion of the United States population, or whether it's social media, whether it's fucking nicotine or caffeine, almost everybody in this country is addicted to something. And most addicts are not homeless. Most heavy drug-using addicts are still not homeless. There are plenty. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was a heroin addict. The man argues that heroin made him do better in college. Here, RFK Jr., heroin. Like, there is not necessarily a definite line between, like, drug use and being homeless. It's just there is a definite line between material conditions and drug use.
Still, and I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin. I went to the top of my class. Suddenly I could sit still and I could read. And I was...
Apparently some knockoffs are made in the same factories as the real ones. A lot of them are, yeah, especially like clothing, jewelry, bags and stuff. They're all made in the same place. I know addicts, you'd be surprised how put together someone can be while also being coked the hell out regularly. Trust me. Oh, yeah. And not just coked out. I mean, like, downers, too. It doesn't have to just be uppers. You can be addicted to downers and then not ruin your life. There is functional users, just like how there's functional cyber psychos everywhere. I mean, how about TikTok and then MDMA, cocaine, amphetamines, and M5EO? I was the top of my class in law school during my highest use. I don't know about that mixture, but yeah, no, that makes sense. You were at the top of your class during your highest use. You pulled an RFK. Although with uppers, I guess. Again, like, we talk about addiction as if it's a crime issue. It has nothing to do with crime. If you want to solve addiction, I've talked about this at length. There are really easy, functional, proven ways to do that. By criminalizing addicts, we make more addicts. That's it. And again, like, the biggest illegal drug cartel in the world is America's pharmaceutical industry anyway. So, you know. You can be addicted to things other than drugs too. I am 100% an adrenaline addict. I crave it. That's why I skydive, race motorcycles, drive in tornadoes intentionally. So here's where I would separate that, Nader Hunter. That is a chemical addiction. Adrenaline is a chemical that you produce in your body. You're addicted to that. And I agree. It doesn't have to be drugs. Social media addiction is also a dopamine addiction. There are several neurotransmitters in your brain that all addictions base their function on. Dopamine and serotonin being the primary ones. There are gooners. I'm addicted to Buncore. Yep, gooners are also addicts. That is also an addiction. And it works in the same way in the brain as all of these other addictions. There is functionally no difference between a coke addict, an adrenaline addict, a social media addict, and a gooner addict in their physical brain functionality while in the midst of a symptom of addiction, whether it is craving, whether it is like engaging in the actual act, whether it is withdrawal symptoms or longing for, like, you know, withdrawal doesn't necessarily have to be like physical withdrawal. Like, for example, cannabis has psychological withdrawal symptoms. Weed, alcohol, prescriptions, people are friggin' everything regardless of their income. At least with men, I know the best control on how much drug the heck out someone is, whether or not if they have a responsible girlfriend who keeps them from self-destruction. That does often come in handy, doesn't it, Salamander Sapien? I'm 100% addicted to marijuana. Headless Chicken, you are the first pot addict I've ever heard admit that, and I'm proud of you. There's nothing wrong with it, by the way. Like, it's not a moral declaration on you. Like, it has nothing to do with that. The addiction to it comes from it being useful for certain things. Like, whether those useful things are good things, that's a whole other question. Like, people do heroin to numb pain, numb psychological pain. Is it useful for that? Yes. Is it good? No. Up, let's fucking go. Nobody owns up to that. Good shit. Exactly, drowning pool enthusiast. There are plenty of people who are addicted to marijuana, and I don't even think it's a problem. I think addiction as a whole is a problem because of the way that we view it. Not all gooners are meth heads, but all meth heads are gooners. I can see that. It's definitely not cheap to do. I travel a lot during storm season. 37,000 miles. Holy shit, that's a lot. That is a lot. I'm not an addictive type, but I am the type that if I use something, I cannot stop for like 16 plus hours. Your brain works on chemical reactions. It makes the chemical reaction, brain go. Essentially, think of your brain as a meat computer, like meat with electricity running through it. Drugs are just like a program you're running. It's a .exe file that is just gonna fuck with your monitor for a little bit. That's what drugs are. Not all gooners are meth heads, but all meth heads are gooners. Sun Tzu. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, when we talk about these people, we need to start, like, thinking of this more psychologically rather than, like, a physical thing. Because it's not just addiction to action. Like I said, there's, like, drug addictions, prescription, alcohol, nicotine, what is it? Caffeine. There's also, like, the social media aspect of it, but there's also the addiction to violence. There's the addiction to feeling part of the group. Like, MAGA functions off of addiction. Their entire brainwashing platform through which they, like, brainwash half the country. The social media, the words that they say, the constant propaganda. It involves a layer of addiction. Now, we all know that cults already employ this quite a lot. It's quite difficult to leave a cult because people feel too alone. They feel outcast. They feel like they're giving up their entire family, their friends, their whole world is changing. And that's also why oftentimes when you see someone leave a cult, it's not very loud. Like, they don't say, okay, fuck it, I'm not a MAGA anymore. Like, they quietly move out because of shame. We need to think about these from a psychological perspective. The ICE agents, who, by the way, like, remember when we used to have protests and we would have, like, U-Haul vans of Proud Boys show up and they're not there anymore? You know, Patriot Front and all of that. Now they're just like the ICE agents. Those people are addicted to violence. They feel pleasure from enacting violence on others. We're all drug addicts, it's just how we get our drugs. That's also, like, I agree with that entirely, Circuit Overload. That's also why I think we're all cyber psychos. Like, by the definition of cyber psychosis from Cyberpunk, in the real world, I think already applies to all of us. Because we all engage in the same function. Basically says that what you're saying, but with extra neuroscience credentials. Dr. Carl Hart was really famous back in the day on his studies on addiction. His book is very good. Yeah, like, we know this stuff too. This is not new information. People get addicted to anger. Yeah, people get addicted to depression. The U.S. opiate epidemic was systemically manufactured through legal means through Big Pharma. Not just Big Pharma, through Purdue Pharma. Purdue Pharma should not only not be a company, but the Sacklers should be in prison for the rest of their life, and they have no accountability. Oh my god, thank you, Ethan. I really, really appreciate that. I don't know why that didn't just come up on the screen. Oh, that's because I am not actually signed into this. Oopsie doopsie. I mean, they feel terrible if they can't be violent. Like, no, yeah, like, actually, like, they will get withdrawal symptoms from this. Now, again, it's not like physical withdrawal. They might not even be able to recognize it. But the people who do stuff like this isn't even ICE, by the way. This is just LAPD. LAPD officer driving SUV through a crowd ran over somebody. Injured a man. They just ran somebody over. The people who do stuff like that crave it. Like, the person in the car was like, okay, we can wait. In his chest, he's like, fuck, I need to hit. Hit the gas. Run that guy over. That's how that works. By the way, they're also doing this, which, again, kind of applies with the say everyone is both 12 years old and everyone has no self-control, and it also applies with the I just really need a hit. ICE is currently terrorizing Chicago by ramming cars intentionally into other cars, using cars as a weapon, and then also arresting people who they hit with their car for hitting them with their car.
I've seen 2 videos in the last 24 hours of ICE agents intentionally ramming their cars into the vehicles of US citizens. We've become so desensitized to these images of ICE terrorizing our community members that we forget that this is blatantly illegal. So as an attorney, let me remind you all the ways that this violates the law. First of all, and most problematically, using your car as a weapon.
I need to start calling ICE ISIS. It already sounds close enough. Like, I just need to replace it entirely.
Is the use of lethal force. That is only a protected action under the law if someone's life is in immediate danger. In this man's case, he was only targeted by ICE because he was exercising his First Amendment right of following them and filming their activities in his community. That's not a danger to anyone's life. In both these cases, ICE also detained both of these men, even though they had proof of their citizenship, which is an unlawful detainment. We also know that ICE has been incredibly wasteful with our tax dollars, but it's about to get a lot worse. Because this guy is almost certainly about to get a civil attorney and win millions of.
I hope so. Don't think so. Speak for yourself, lady. She was speaking broadly for the country. Leo Martinez, his pickup got hit. He's one of ours. Oh, well, shit. All right. I hope he does win in court. Again, like, this is blatantly illegal. It's terrorism. A car is a force multiplier. That's also true. The moral failing in addiction is the systemic evils that lead to it and don't provide practical channels for rehab. Well, that's because they think of people who are addicts as subhuman. So, you know. One citizen who got brutalized by ICE did indeed win a $50 million suit against ICE recently. Good, get your bag. It's your money anyway. Conservatives are usually guided by in-group, out-group impulse rather than by anything analytic. They're incapable of anything analytic, so, you know. I don't like calling ISIS simply for the fact that Isis is a cool god from ancient Egyptian mythology. Yeah, that stopped being a thing a while back. Circuit overload. Sorry. We're gonna have to wait a little bit before the god Isis from Egypt, or even the god Isis from Greek mythology, can be seen in a positive light. These are American Isis. That's what I call them. We protested at the hospital in the LA detention center on Thursday. We were following him. Good. I'm glad. Like, genuinely. I'm proud of you guys, by the way, for keeping on top of this shit, because there is not enough people in this country fighting, and there are too many of these people who have lost their minds. We should call them Vanilla Ice. That's too funny. American ISIS is just, like, clear. The meaning is pretty overt. This is the level of brain rot where they're at. Optimus Army, as we are going through all of the democratic terrorist organizations: Antifa, devil worshippers; Sharia, devil worshippers; Islamic, evil worshippers; LGBT, moron worshippers; transgender, evil worshippers; Muslim, fake worshippers. Program eliminate these terrorist organizations. This is a literal schizo post. Like, this is as much of a schizo post as a schizo post can get. But in the last 2 days, 4 separate times, I've been accused of being a Satanist. So now they're going to try and pin, like, 09A 764 stuff on us, even though that's them. Shouldn't LGBT and trans be in the same category? No, they don't believe that. Because they think that, like, some gays are fine, but they think that all trans people are made up and a Soros Jewish conspiracy. I'm not kidding. Democratic terrorist organizations, excuse me, what? Again, the Democratic Party is a terrorist organization under NSPM 7, so, you know. Shit. Instagram link. Am I signed in? No, I'm not signed in on my Instagram. I can look at the Blue Sky one, I think. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Like, that's the level of psychosis that we're on. Remember, we watched Pam Bondi, we watched Kristi Noem, we watched Chip Roy today as well, talking about how all of the democratic organizations are Marxist, Islamic, terrorist, Hamas, this, that, and the other thing. I mean, like, during the Antifa roundtable, they said that we are literally as bad as ISIS and Hamas, and that they were going to treat us the same way they treat the drug cartels. And then we see, which, by the way, is bombing them, and then we see ICE buying missiles that were guided missiles. The Jews are transing everybody. God, I feel bad for even joking about that. Like, you understand that that's literal Nazi rhetoric, right? Like, that is what the actual Nazis said. Again, if you haven't read NSPM 7, go take a look. Anti-capitalism, anti-Americanism, rights for immigrants, rights for trans people, that is all terrorism. Being against MAGA, that is terrorism. Being against, I don't know, like segregation, that's terrorism. Go read the article. And like, that's not an executive order. That is far more serious than an executive order. That is, that's just the law now. They don't even have to tell us what those are. So, yeah, I have. It's like totally Nazi shit. It is one-to-one Nazi shit.
These protests.
There's nothing else for it to be. Hold up. Let me pull up a couple more links to go through. ISIS, yeah. Riding in boats is narco-terrorism and wearing frog costumes and Antifa uniform. Yep, again, like, they never warn you just how dumb it's gonna be, but it was exactly this dumb back in Nazi Germany too. By the way, I made this point a little bit earlier, but
There used to be these, like, Proud Boy counter-protesters that used to show up. I wonder what happened to them. I wonder where all the Proud Boys went. It's so weird. Every time there used to be these protests, there used to be these, like, Proud Boy counter-protesters that used to show up.
no, but how is a terrorist organization democratic, but the government is authoritarian? They openly admit that shit. Chub Shobi. A government doesn't just declare itself as a dictatorship, as a fascist government. It just makes anti-fascism illegal and calls it terrorism. Like, that's all it is. I can get labeled a terrorist for wearing a furry costume and going to a furry convention at this point. You are currently labeled a terrorist for being in this chat. To be, like, blatantly honest with you. By the way, like, again, speaking of terrorism, who do you think is doing the terrorism in this video? Really had to take that one in. It's clearly the guy in the cow suit. He's the bad guy. Yeah, communities of color in the U.S. have been calling MAGA vanilla ISIS for years. It's true. That's why I just call them ISIS. Obviously the Antifas. Yeah, true. I think we can all agree it's not the fucking protesters. Now, what do we do about it? Like, how do you engage in a situation like this? DHS agents shot a U.S. Citizen multiple times, then lied about it. In particular, just after the shooting, DHS put out a statement claiming that the agents in question had been, quote, boxed in by 10 cars, and that Martinez's vehicle, quote, rammed theirs. Now, we've both seen them ramming other cars and then claiming it was someone else. The statement also suggests that she threatened the agents with a, quote, semi-automatic weapon. Sure! All of this, quote, forced an agent to shoot Martinez, who then drove herself to the hospital. Fucking badass. 5 times, then drove herself to the hospital. DHS added that she'd previously doxed agents online. Again, you work for us. We're allowed to know where you are. You're my bitch. I own you. I pay your salary. Shut the fuck up. In short, the shooting was wholly justified. Sure. And the victim was the one doing the terrorizing of law enforcement. These claims are undermined by a criminal complaint against Martinez. It not only mentions 2 cars menacing the agents, not 10. It doesn't mention her gun, let alone threatening of the agents with one. It says she was taken to a hospital by an ambulance. So, like, yeah. And as the Chicago Sun-Times reports, Martinez's lawyer says body cam footage even contradicts the claim that she directly threatened the officers with the vehicle and shows the agent saying, "Do something, bitch," before opening fire. So literally every word they said was a lie. And they tried to kill her. Demoralizing the enemy is a psyop. W, true. Asymmetric warfare, like what Portland is doing right now, find ways to mock and make the enemy look silly. There are a lot of different strategies that I would like to implement that I can't quite talk about on this platform, or really any platform. Which is really fucking annoying. Oh, by the way, that pastor that they shot in the face is suing ICE now, which is good.
It's been the epicenter of Trump's immigration crackdown as lawsuits are filed and federal agents face off with protesters. That leads us to Reverend David Black, pastor at the First Presbyterian Church of Chicago. Reverend Black was taking part in a protest outside the Broadview ICE facility last month. When he said upon his arrival, he felt moved to just pray for the ICE agents. He said he didn't cross any lines, he didn't block any cars, he just stood by the building with his hands out, stretched in prayer, and warned the ICE officers of the spiritual consequences of what they were doing. But Reverend Black says his prayers did not stop them. Instead, those ICE agents opened fire on him, striking him 7 times with pepper balls, those pellets that release a chemical irritant. Reverend Black has not only not stopped confronting federal agents while the immigration crackdown continues across the country, but he also hasn't stopped calling for accountability through his faith, his prayers, and his forgiveness. Reverend Black joins me now.
Look, sue them. anytime you have the right, if you have the money, if you have the privilege to be able to do so, sue the fuck out of these people. This is good. That should make millions on that. Granted, that's our tax dollar millions, but I should still get it. Hell, if he's a good pastor, he'll take that payout and then he'll spread it back out into the community, which is what like I would do in that case. Now, I have a funny video of the one falling on his face, but I want to like just. This is a regular person. This is not at a protest. This is just a regular MAGA lady. And the level of psychosis that she's on. Again, I need to really drill this in, that there is no logicking these people out of their positions because they did not logic themselves into it, and they don't even have a stable, consistent position.
You know what? You don't live in Plymouth, and you're door dashing. You know what? Why are you entitled to be here with an illegal card?
Oh boy. Flower Mound.
This is a woman who's a DoorDash driver. Why are you allowed to be here in a legal car?
Texas is where this comes from. This young lady, who is Hispanic, was sitting in her car because she door dashes. She was waiting on an order, I believe. Sitting in her car. And then this woman is just apparently angry that she exists here in America because she heard her speaking Spanish and shouldn't be speaking anything but American.
You know what? Because you're an illegal, and you know what? You don't live in Plymouth, and you're door dashing. You know what? Why are you entitled to be here with an illegal card? Go ahead.
I don't know.
You know what? I'll do that.
Just is homophobic?
No, speak English.
Yeah.
Well, then
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna call ICE on you. I'm gonna call the
But
Gestapo.
why? You know what? You're in Plymouth. You know what?
I'm literally a delivery driver, you dumb fucking cunt. Shut the fuck up. Go and, I don't know, have like 6 margaritas and then pass out on a Tuesday. Take some benzos with you too. You're literally a Nazi lady anyway. Might as well just load up on some fucking... What was the thing that predated benzos? That the Nazis used to take a lot? What was that called? Some of you might know this. I need to, it's gonna bother me. Benzodiazepine... 19... Barbs! Yes, barbiturates. Thank you. Go take some barbiturates, drink some alcohol, and then shut the fuck up. Thank you, but I knew you would know, Buncor. Like, literally all of the Nazis were taking barbiturates. Constantly. Quaaludes. Those are barbiturates. You know what? She can't even say anything because she has nothing to say. She's literally mad that this woman is brown. That's it. That's all she's mad about. Is there a brown in my vicinity? That's it. I'm working my ass off. What the fuck are you doing? She needs a box of wine, clearly. She needs a frontal lobotomy, I think. Came in and first thing I saw is this lady's face. Oof, yeah. Oof, you should hear her speak too.
Go speak your language back.
Homophobic?
No, speak English.
Yeah.
Well, then speak it.
But why?
But why? You know what? You're in Plymouth. You know what? Go speak your language back in Mexico.
But why is such a good answer?
You know what? Exactly. Hey, you're taking away jobs. You think it's funny? Okay.
You're so right, sucking dude. Of fucking course she has a leopard print phone case. Again, go take some Quaaludes, drink some wine, and go to sleep. It's like 3 o'clock on a Tuesday, and we know your schedule. What the fuck are you wearing on your feet, lady? Chinga chinga la migra, ICE agents took my friend's abuelita. Chinga chinga la migra. These chuds can't get senoritas. Chinga chinga la migra. Go have a margarita. Chinga chinga la migra. Your pingas es muy poquita. I love that. That's fucking sick. 10 out of 10. What are the true? Welcome in, sucking dudes. First off, funny ass name. And also I like your vibe. She probably has a live, laugh, love bullshit somewhere. 100% this lady has a live, laugh, love shit somewhere in her house. But like, how do we get to the point where we have people like this? How do we arrive here? And how do you work with these people, right? Oh my god, she got cut off? Yeah, she did. Does she work at Walmart? I have no idea. But maybe, no, that lady probably doesn't have a job. That lady is probably a housewife. Refresh your browser. Yeah.
Let's go, ICE! Let's go, ICE! God bless Trump! God bless Trump! God bless Trump! Trump! God bless Trump! God bless Trump! Yeah, fuck you! Ride your bike, you fucking fag! Go get a job! Yeah! Loser! Fucking loser!
Learn how to run, you fuckwit. Okay, the one thing I can't see quite clearly is, did he actually get tripped by the guy, or did he almost get tripped by the guy and try to avoid it and then fall and hit his face? I think he actually did get tripped. Yeah. No, he totally actually got tripped, which is based as fuck. Because again, this was a man trying to go and do violence. He was running after somebody because he wanted to hit them. So yes, this is not a bad thing. This is not advocating for violence. This is not, this is actually protecting the community. He did get tripped, which is good. I support that. Defense of others is allowed. That is true. This man was, again, 22 MAGA got arrested during this protest and not a single protester. This man was trying to do violence. And he ate shit. Look, sucking dudes, I'd normally agree with you because those dudes are funny, but this is a chud. This is a chud that is weak, spineless, and a coward, and tried to prove himself a man and failed miserably. He was trying to chase someone down and assault someone. That kid protected somebody, yeah. I didn't notice that in the first clip I saw this. Oh, yeah, it took me, like, on the computer to pause it to see that. This asshole woke up with violence in his heart and mind. Stuff him, get tripped, it's true. He was shouting slurs, doing violence, fuck him. Yeah, now it's not funny anymore. Well, it's funny to see him, like, eat shit. I'm just saying I got personal problems. We all do, sucking dudes. We all fucking do. I don't support assault on non-aggressive yet loud chud, but again, this is not assault. Nobody assaulted him. He was trying to assault somebody else, and then he was prevented from doing that. Nobody assaulted this man. This man assaulted the pavement with his face. That's what he did. Nobody assaulted him. That's not what assault means. The Tripper is not a piece of shit. Why would the Tripper be a piece of shit? The Tripper did what, like, a good American would do. Helped save a life. Like, this guy wanted to hurt somebody. This guy was literally chasing after somebody to do violence onto them, which is illegal. Doing political violence is bad. I don't support political violence. That guy was trying to do political violence. He was prevented from doing so. I applaud the Tripper. The Tripper did. He was just running to be a douche for all we know. No, he wasn't. Did you watch the video from the beginning? He was chasing somebody. The Tripper prevented this dude from, like, reaching his target. The Tripper did not do anything bad. He was not a douchebag. The Tripper did the right thing. He saved somebody from danger. Like, this guy could have had a knife, a gun, MAGA, or terrorists.
Ride your bike, you fucking fag! Go get a job! Yeah.
These are the people that do the most violence in this country. This man could have had a knife, a gun, a weapon. He could be trying to kill somebody. He could just be trying to beat that guy down. You say they do violence, I doubt it. I don't think that this is violence. I think that this is against one. He's the one trying to do violence. Why else would this man start chasing a guy across the street, if not to do violence onto them? The runner was the douche? You're fucking retarded. The runner saved someone's health. The guy took his glasses. He was chasing the guy that took his glasses. Yeah, and he would have done violence onto him. He took his glasses. Sure, that's not good. That's not violence. Petty theft versus chasing someone trying to assault them? Yeah. He was running to be a douche? No, he was running to assault the dude and get his glasses back. He was trying to do that. I'm not going to engage with this anymore. You are wrong. You don't know how to read. You're either disingenuous or you just don't know how to read body language. This man was chasing after the guy who took his glasses because he wanted to hit that guy and take his glasses back. That is violence. Chase? Yes. That's what happened. Alright. You're wrong and I don't care. I thought he lost his glasses when he fell. He did, and then someone picked it up and he went to go chase it up again. But like, this whole action only occurred because this guy went to go chase after somebody else with the intent of doing violence onto them politically at a massive global, like citywide, countrywide protest. A protester made this man angry as he was shouting anti-protest stuff and slurs, and then he decided to chase somebody down the street who made fun of him. The assumption being, no shit, he would do violence. 22 MAGA were arrested for violence on this protest day. I just covered one in South Carolina who brandished a gun at the protesters and got arrested. There is no shot that you could say that this man is not a danger to the public. He could have had a knife, he could have had a gun, he could have had a bomb. If you share me after... Wait, hold on. If you share me after I steal your glasses and the mob shall be justified to chase you, what are you... Like, the most disingenuous nonsense. There's no mob chasing him here. Where's there a mob? Or mobile, is it justified to trip you if you chase after a guy with your glasses? It depends on the context. Did this old guy's glasses even get stolen after he fell? Yeah, but again, why does it matter? Fuck the glasses. I don't care about any of that. Why does it matter? I laid out exactly the situation for you, why this man is a clear and present danger to the community, and why it is exactly not only lawful, but also moral to trip him. There's no mob. You're making up the word mob. It's one guy. Where is there a mob? There is no mob. In fact, the mob at best is his group of people. Look at the street while he's running. Oh, okay, they were stolen off his space, that's why he's chasing them. Fair, whatever. I don't even care about that. Where is there a mob? The street is like empty. That's it. Where is there a mob? You are a liar and disingenuous. I'm moving on. Take a break. By the way, good segue into the next segment. This is how the right-wingers gaslight you.
Are amazing because they keep telling me that the OK sign doesn't mean white power at all. It's just that I fell for an epic troll from 4chan, LMAO. How can I put this? If you think this is an epic troll, but it's only a troll that is done by Nazis when they're hanging out with other Nazis to show people that they're being hilarious Nazis, that's not a troll anymore. It's just a Nazi sign. And the fact that you don't get that, not only
they will take a story and they will split hairs on it. They will change the wording. They'll try and frame it slightly differently to try and trick you. It's disingenuous. That man was a threat. That man was chasing somebody with the intent of doing violence. And that man was stopped. And that's what I mean here. There is no concept of, okay, well, what really actually did happen? They don't talk about that. They don't have any interest in talking about that. Thank you, Latino Mufune. Oh my god, I like this man's tattoo. Yeah, cool tattoo.
What are you telling on yourself as a Nazi? Perhaps more importantly to you, you're telling on yourself for being phenomenally stupid. I don't mean 88 IQ level stupid. I don't even mean room temperature IQ level stupid. I mean fridge temperature IQ stupid. I mean American beer alcohol content.
Argued with me disingenuously. I don't think they need the 12,000 second ban, but like, we're not even going to be on the air for that long anyway, so.
IQ level stupid. I've been stung by jellyfish who would have been smart enough not to need this explained to them. And yet, here we are. Obviously, there are plenty of people who use this to mean okay, and that's totally fine. That is not a Nazi dog whistle. But no one in this selfie is saying okay, because you don't need 5 people to say okay at the same time while posing with a famous Nazi apologist.
Like, if you just look at the context surrounding a situation, their entire framing falls apart in every single case. Now I'm distracted. This other arm tattoo needs a rework. Oh my goodness. Tell me you have autism without telling me you have autism.
This guy hanging out with that same Nazi apologist and 2 convicted white nationalists isn't saying okay either. This guy posing in front of his mirror that has a Nazi sticker on it isn't saying okay to his mirror. These kids aren't saying okay with one hand and f you with the other. They're saying white power and f you. And finally, Marine Le Pen isn't saying okay in this selfie. She's just a Nazi. And the funniest part is that the people who are LMAO at the fact that I fell for this epic troll, this is what their accounts look like. Yeah.
Fucking of course. It's like literally every time you're on Twitter and then someone calls you a pedophile and you open their page and it's all just lolicon. It's like start to finish. Look, this is a conversation we need to have. It is a risky conversation. It's a hard one. I'll take chat off screen if I need to, so like be aware. But this is an important conversation that we need to have. It just borders on the Fed post a little bit. It's how you word it, be very specific. I can't have my birth year and usernames anymore? God, no.
Can we please just stop attacking people? We're too divided and we need to be united. Yes, and no. But the other way around. How can you be for attacking people?
Discord is also monitored drowning pool enthusiast. This is like a Matrix thing.
Who are starting to wake up. I'm both for and against it. We are in a cold war, a culture war, a war over the narrative. What does that even mean? Like, who cares? If you studied the rise of Nazi Germany or virtually any other parallel authoritarian takeover like we are seeing, leading up to that takeover is an ideological war over the narrative. The winner determines public action, and the result is either freedom or government control. So we just burn bridges? That's how you lose. In war, you must build bridges strategically and burn them strategically. In fact, this is a major theme in my novel I'm preparing for publishing, so subscribe in the link in bio for updates. Novels aren't
I'm not going to say
real-
much on this today. I want you all to think about it. We can talk about it. Yes, Discord's monitored, but like we'll still talk about this kind of stuff. I'm happy to do that. It's just you can't do any planning online. Like if you want to actually do a protest, if you want to if you want to talk about things that you don't want other people to overhear, you don't do that online. After the protest, dumbass people started arguing if Trump was king, then no king protests wouldn't be allowed, literal 5 different times over the course of a couple hours. Again, what do you expect from them? Like, they get their talking points and that's it. You can't get a Twitch ban. Discord is fine for that. Yeah, like, we can talk about this on Discord. I just, like, the way that we talk about it is something that we need to consider because it is a risky topic, but it's also so fundamental to what we need to do, which is why it's so difficult to talk about this. No room for misinfo, things are bad. True, I abhor violence and the left-wing Antifa is terrorism, so if you go to those protests, don't carry bricks, carry soup for your family. Like, again, oh, there's a poll? Where's there a poll? What's going on? What are y'all doing? Either way, like, just be careful. I do not support political violence. I said for over a year. I said well before the even election. I said a revolution, a violent revolution, would not end well, more than likely. We need a bottom-up cultural revolution, not in the Maoist sense, but a liberation of everybody. Men, women, children, Muslims, Christians, Jews, brown people, white people, yellow people, orange people, purple people. I don't care. Everybody needs liberation from the bottom up, all to the same level. I love neoliberalism. Don't pour cement down the toilets of a company if you don't like it. Fair enough. Like, we're at a point where they are doing violence to us, and then they are saying that we are, like, they're going to shoot you while telling you to turn the violence down, to turn the rhetoric down, to turn the heat down. They're going to shoot you while they say that. We need a general strike. Again, I agree, and I very much liked Chicago's mayor talking about it. Americans are not capable of this. I just don't believe Americans are capable of it. Prove me wrong, please, by all means.
Real life. In X-Men, in many ways, Magneto has the right understanding of their existential threat. But many of his methods often do more harm than good. But Professor X builds bridges that inevitably provide inroads for his enemies to cause harm. Or we could just not attack people who might become allies. But are you arguing for diplomacy or silence? Speaking out is essential right now because it lowers the perceived risk of those who are still silent. Well, at least be kind. Sometimes kindness is harm. What? You see a trans person being attacked. Are you going to be kind to their attackers?
Kindness is harm, kind of like everybody who got mad at people like me for not being sad when a Nazi died.
Attacked physically or online? You see an autistic person being attacked, having misinformation spread that literally costs our lives. Do you respond with kindness, or kindness can win these people over? Sometimes it is more important to protect the people their words harm. Do you think kindness would have ever won Joseph Goebbels over? That is not fair! Is it not? Sometimes the energy spent to try to convert someone who is cemented in their beliefs would have been better spent defending from their attacks. This is not an either-or issue. In some situations, with certain...
Have a lovely night, Headless Chicken. This is like the last video I'm going to show, and then we're going to wrap up with some of the chats that I want to read and talk about as well. Let's finish this video, and then I'll answer your chats.
Exchanges at particular times, it can be very effective to engage in kind, though challenging, discourse with those who hold harmful worldviews. I do this regularly myself. But I'm also seeing a lot of rhetoric claiming that the left is somehow gatekeeping when we call out injustice or defend those most marginalized. I cannot tell you how many times someone has come to me after I've called them out, sometimes a week, a month, or even years, and thanked me for it, saying...
It do happen. Alright, so... A cultural revolution was possible until recently or a few years ago. Right now, tensions are so high, you're just never going to accomplish that. I'd argue a violent revolution would be more beneficial. Chubb Shobi, I think a violent revolution is far more likely, not beneficial. It will end terribly. Even if we win. Like, even if we win, it would still end terribly.
Can we please?
It's the most likely outcome. But I've shown this video before. I'll show it again. The 4 possible post-authoritarian outcomes, at least based on like the history. There's obviously more than just like 4, but these are the most likely outcomes. And we'll get to that. I feel like I have this conversation many times, but I'm far more harsh about it. Well, you got to remember that's my name, Bozo. Everyone is 12 years old, so you have to talk to them like they're a child. Especially while the population still has enough guns to defend themselves, you're never going to get rid of the guns. Even if they come for all the left, you can print them out now. Like, you can just buy a printer and make guns with plastic that work. There is an entire civil war being fought in Myanmar where one side has 3D printed guns that look like Legos. So, you know. I tell all my gays to learn how to use guns, and some are coming around to it. Join the SRA! So, yeah, just saying, after the dust settles in 100 years, notice your bulge will be a cultural artifact on par with the pistol that killed Franz Ferdinand. I hate everything, and you need to have my curse too. I hate you, and you're so right, and I fucking hate it. Buncore, why would you ever say that? Look, here are the most likely outcomes, at least in my perspective. I didn't even know there was a poll.
Just remove this fascist regime from power and go back to the way things were. Oh, honey. The America you knew from 2024 and earlier? It's gone. Funeral was months ago. What do you mean? If authoritarianism is successfully stopped, there are generally 4 main possible outcomes that have happened in history. And going back to how things were ain't one of them. I'm scared to ask. What's the 4? The most common? A pseudo-democracy. What's that? It'll look like democracy on the surface, but the authoritarian structures that were expanded under the previous regime attempt are kept.
Don't be mean to Miss Frizzle. I have no idea, but she reminds me of Miss Frizzle, so Magic School Bus it is.
Largely intact, where the elites maintain control, who cares? And you get a heightened surveillance state with worsened imbalances of injustice and corruption, and even wider class divisions. So like, I don't know, maybe like Putin's Russia? That's probably the closest example. The one hope is that
maybe like Turkey, yeah.
With unified, long-term, coordinated civic engagement, as in better coordinated than we have now, pseudo-democracies can be pushed into democratic recovery, where conditions improve to better than pre-authoritarian times. But
oh, also, while we're in the middle of this, check out this sick-ass fucking emote that Jet made for us. Don't obey with the frog. I love it so much.
But we don't have that level of coordinated, unified opposition now? Coordinated? Unified? Organized? Not even close. So what's second most likely? Another authoritarian faction seizes power, likely those who are billionaire-backed or a billionaire themselves. It can also be a military leader who steps into the power vacuum to restore order. Give me an example. Well, first it's important to understand that this often happens with a brief, weak democratic reform period. So, in 1918 Germany, the imperial monarchy fell, replaced by the Weimar Republic, which governed until 1933. Many other more modern examples are a bit more messy because they often have U.S. military or CIA meddling, like Iraq going from Hussein, which the U.S. helped put in power in the first place, to a failed democracy to armed factionalism. But that takes us into the third most likely outcome.
Before we get to the third most likely outcome, let me answer some of these chats. Feel free to disregard what I say, but once weapons are made illegal, it's going to be impossible to have a revolution, especially with the amount of surveillance. It is physically impossible to remove all of the guns in the United States. Like, it's logistically and physically not possible, let alone the entire world. You could try your absolute, every single American could be willing to hand over their guns, and you still couldn't do it. Like, it's that logistically impossible that if every American lined up and was like willingly giving over their guns, you still couldn't do it. Not to mention the fact that you can just make them at home with a printer, and there's ways around most surveillance. Like, as they get their surveillance to be more high-tech and better, there's also at the same time ways around that being developed simultaneously in parallel. It just takes quite a bit of a higher skill threshold to do so. I just bought 75,000 more into. Goddamn. Batista's overthrown. He tried to make weapons illegal. Yeah. Well, we should put a Remington 870 flag on the flag like a redneck Mozambique. Well, remember, Remington was also one of the companies that tried to overthrow the U.S. government and install a fascist dictatorship regime back in the 1930s during the business plot, where they tried to overthrow FDR. Too many the guns are illegal, you just won't be able to find them all. That's also too, yeah. You can make an AK with a shovel and a barrel. Yeah, that's a Russian AK. There's absolutely no way I will give up my firearms. Evil people can come get them if you can find a way. Evil people might not even have access ever to firearms. I might consider it. So that's the thing, right? They're only going for one side's guns. It's still physically impossible. They could take all of those guns. People will get more. You can print them. For example, like, we love selling our guns to places we shouldn't. We keep whining about the Mexican drug cartels, right? You know, we supply them with like over 70% of their weapons, for example. So what do you know about 3D printed guns? I know an entire civil war in Myanmar is being fought with them. I mean, the guns are tracked and ICE has missiles, so like the best scenario would be makeshift guns versus missiles. Well, hold on. The guns aren't the problem. The culture in Switzerland proves this. Yeah, by the way, that's the other thing. Like, gun violence in America is not caused by too many guns. It's caused by American culture being bad. Because, like, you can prove that. There are several countries that show that guns are not the problem. It is Americans. Like, as you said, Switzerland is an example of that. They have almost as many guns per capita and almost no gun violence. Guns aren't tracked unless they are NFA items. Again, here, hold on. 3D printed guns, Myanmar. Show me the actual guns, not the fucking memery. This right here looks like a 3D printed gun. Yep, there you go.
Oh, God. Give her piss. Oh, fuck me. All right. Oh, that's pretty good, actually.
3D printed. Like, that's it. That's all it takes. Harris Palmer, I don't even live in America and I'm an American citizen. You're a Nazi and you are subhuman. Get the fuck out of my chat and never come back. What the fuck is on those rails? I got no idea. This shit is... What the fuck is that monstrosity? That's what happens when you can just print shit out. Here, let me find a different video. Harris Palmer, the least American person in this chat. Like, literally, there are people who don't even live in America, never have been to America, that are more American than that motherfucker. A good video. Here. 3D printed guns that are being used to fight a war. 3D printed. Okay, that's gonna have copyright music, and this looks right-wing coded.
lot of different ethnic minorities, but there are
all of these are likely 3D printed as well. They've actually upped this. There used to be like all these different colors. It was weird. That's another one. Like you can just make these at home. Meme culture, brain rotted Gen Z gun shit. That's true. Yep. 100 barrel trebuchet. Look, you can make some fun shit. Banned him. Thanks, Latino Mifune. Yeah, they're pretty fucking good, not gonna lie. I can put 10,000 rounds through it with the right carbon fiber. And this is what I mean by, like, getting rid of guns is not possible anymore. Because you can just make them at home. So when we start talking about what comes next, the fact that they're gonna try and take the guns, that is going to happen. But that doesn't necessarily matter here. What comes next, like how this all ends, the most likely outcome is that the regime falls and it's replaced with what looks like a pseudo-democracy for a short time under the control of Vance, who all of the, like, I really hate Trump liberals are going to flip over to. They're going to say, well, at least he's not Trump. At least he's not that idiot. And then they're going to be like, at least he's like a regular human. And then they're going to be okay with what Vance wants to do. And Vance is owned and controlled by Peter Thiel. So we're going to get that first option. More than likely, that's the option that I think is going to happen. There are other options. I'm not saying anything other than streamer is correct. Thank you.
Factionalism, is that like civil war, or I'd call this outcome fragmentation?
Oh, they're also going to push transphobic and anti-homeless people like Newsom? Oh, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. But, like, again, the point here isn't even like, we're getting the Ottoman Empire? Kinda, yeah. In a lot of ways, kind of, yeah. Turkifying at a rapid rate. I said this before, though, Circuit Overload. If we get the Ottoman Empire instead of Nazi Germany, that means eventually we can have an Atatürk, and Atatürk can make it so that religious people can't be within 500 meters of a school. And that seems like a good ending. Like, Turkey isn't exactly great these days, but early Atatürk era, I like that. Maybe we can move it towards that direction.
It's pretty significantly less historically common than the first two, and there's numerous ways this can play out. Factionalism, civil war, balkanization. What's that? Basically, you'd have, say, California and the West Coast nation.
Can we have one less national, though? Oh, absolutely. To be fair, like, it was mostly the generals around Atatürk that liked the nationalism. He himself didn't really give a shit. And I'd be just the same. I also fucking love my community. Maybe we can even get Kamala Cheney 28 if we live hard enough. Don't tempt them. From what I see, the most likely outcome is either Kamala Newsom or Buttigieg Kamala. So.
The Southeast nation, New York and the Northeast nation, etc. And in some of the more purple areas, likely civil wars and armed factionalism fighting for control. That's awful. And I'm still kind of waiting for a positive possible outcome? By far, the rarest historical outcome is total reform to a stable democracy. You're saying that in order to fully recover from this and have a chance
she's
of
the
not
front
ending
runner
up
right
having
now?
another authoritarian takeover in the near future, we basically have to start over.
I promise you, they will run Kamala again. And otherwise, if they can't, they will run Buttigieg. In relation to the gun violence thing, what do I think? Like, what do I mean by American culture? Is it the ideological deficiencies? It's the hyper-individualism and the lack of giving a shit about people around you. It's the cultural differences in, like, how we learn about guns, how we treat, like, gun violence, stuff like that. But it's also the fact that, like, nobody gives a shit about anybody else. My keyboard, my clothing, I can't stop puke everywhere. I'm so sorry. Newsom's pretty likely. Kamala, I doubt it. Insiders are saying Kamala. Kamala, Buttigieg are the two highest likely candidates based on insider Democrat info. I fucking hate Democrats, oh my god. I'm telling you guys, sometimes I actually hate the Democrats more than I hate the Republicans. The Republicans are demonic Nazis, but the Democrats, at the very least, the Republicans are kind of honest about what they are. The Democrats spit in your face, expect you to thank them while they keep spitting in your face and sucking off the Nazis. So, like, I hate the Dems more because I expect more from them. Exactly, sucking dudes. Exactly. I hate them more because I'm far more disappointed in them. Insiders are smoking crack. They've never run a loser twice. They have no reason to start now. They think that Kamala would do better again in a second run after, like, everyone sees the fascism of Trump. They also think that likely throwing Buttigieg on that ticket instead of, like, Tim Walz might get the libs on board. Both of those people are demons, so you know. Yeah, the vote blue no matter who pisses me off so much. Again, you're not even getting a real election. They're likely to overturn the Voting Rights Amendment, like from the fucking Constitution next week. The Supreme Court is going to rule sometime in the next couple months on the Voting Rights Amendment. One sucking dudes is peak username. I agree, 100%. Biden didn't actually accomplish anything. His term is kind of pointless. That's not true. As much as I fucking hate to give Biden some credit, his foreign policy was dog shit and evil. His domestic policy, he was actually the most progressive president that we've had since FDR. The economy was booming under him. Obviously, you weren't feeling it because your wages didn't go up. But he was pro-labor unions. Like, he went out and supported labor unions. In fact, remember that big dock worker strike that was supposed to be this psyop that the Republicans did? Where the dock workers that supported MAGA were going to go on strike and blame Biden for it. And like Biden just went out and said, yeah, no, I don't believe in Taft-Hartley. And then everyone just stopped the strike and the company just like made a deal with them. Like that was good. The reason that Biden was good domestically is the same reason that he was bad foreign policy wise. Like it was the same thing. He was really, Joe Biden was the type of person that bases decisions off of like ideological belief. And he was bad on foreign policy because he was older than Israel. He was ideologically a Zionist. The reason he was good on domestic economic policy is because he's ideologically pro-labor. He used to go to like union protests when he was a kid and shit. And that is why he was actually a very good president domestically for the economy under a neoliberal lens.
Over? Like, new constitution?
But yeah, no.
Laws?
But no, the correct outcome here is no matter what happens, we have to start over. Like, from scratch. This is a new country. We are never getting that America back. Biden's SEC and FTT chairs were goated. Gensler and Khan. Lena Khan is one of the most based men in America. I would vote for her for president.
Florida and the Southeast Nation, New York and the Northeast Nation,
well, circuit overload, some Etsy witches did curse Charlie Kirk.
etc. And in some of the more purple areas, likely civil wars and armed factionalism roll. That's awful. And I'm still kind of waiting for a positive possible outcome. By far, the rarest historical outcome is total reform to a stable democracy. You're saying that in order to fully recover from this and have a chance at not ending up having another authoritarian takeover in the near future, we basically have to start over? Like, new constitution? Laws? Institutions? The works? Historically speaking, it requires strong, unified opposition to authoritarianism, which we don't have. We have fragmented...
That unification is where we need to work on right now. And, like, to be fair, don't work too hard, because there are infiltrators fucking everywhere. And most of us could be a bot and AI, and you would never know. Organize offline, not in person, not online. Turbo dog shit, but not the Torment Nexus dog shit.
Fighting opposition. So are we doomed? If we don't rally around unified ideals of true democracy and human rights for all, with a commitment to hold those in power accountable, including democratic leaders and the wealthy, then likely so.
We will never escape the cycle of samsara.
So are you willing to...
It's just not going to happen. This is true. Basically, the institutions need to be like beefed up to prevent potential authoritarianism in the future. Otherwise, they will just try again next time with more knowledge. That's why I don't want the institutions to exist anymore. I just want to start all over, like from scratch. That is the best outcome. We were supposed to learn the first time. Again, like, we were supposed to arrest these fascists after Biden won the first time. Again, Joe Biden is the reason we're here. We elected him specifically to get these people out of government and to prosecute them. He came into power, what did he say? He said, I don't want my presidency to be defined by prosecuting and persecuting my political opponents. Joe Biden decided to run for a second term when internal Democrat polling suggested that he would lose a 412 electoral point victory, like to Trump. He would lose that badly. He would get annihilated. 400. He knew that he would lose. Yep, and he fucking failed. He didn't fail, he didn't try. He didn't want to win. Yeah, but the reason liberals tell me I'm the reason we're here is because I'm critical of Democrats and pro-Palestine. Yeah, tell them to shut the fuck up. They don't want to win. They have zero interest in actually winning. Oh, by the way, remember how we were talking about how the economy is going to crash very, very, very soon? You know, the very, very scary numbers that we looked at? Was it 15% increase in personal bankruptcy filings this year? The massive, massive, massive jump in people looking for bankruptcy lawyers this year. Let me pull up those again one more time just to really see. Here's the 15% bankruptcies this year. There was the fact that a lot more people want to go to law school, which is generally a pretty clear indicator of the economy not doing well. And now we got one of the biggest cattle ranchers in America very mad because we said we were going to start buying beef from Argentina. We already buy a lot of beef from Australia. The American beef industry is not doing well because no one wants American beef because it's dirty, polluted, dog shit filled with hormones and drugs. Australia got forced to buy some of this, and I think we use it for pet food. Joe really fucked it up for the rest of us because he wanted a legacy. Yeah, well, now he has a legacy. Didn't the Destiny Debate guy say that Trump was going to be good for the ranchers? Again, all you have to do is go look at the last time he won. This is the largest cattle rancher in America saying, we love you, we support you, but your suggestion to buy beef from Argentina to stabilize beef prices would be an absolute betrayal of the American cattle rancher. Why do you think he's going to do it, mate? Why do you think he's going to do it? Also, don't let these farmers gaslight you. They're rich as fuck. They gross $3 to $5 million a year. No one's farming in America unless you're doing industrial farming. Yeah, there ain't no, small-time farmers. Very, very few of them. Very few of them. And almost all of them are just being exploited by the larger farms anyway. And it's all run on immigrant labor. That is true. Illegal immigrant labor, in fact. That's They also got mad at us when we pointed that out. They're like, how are you going to feed the country when you keep arresting the illegal immigrants that are growing the food? And they're like, oh, you guys want slaves and illegal immigrants to grow you food. Not like, we would rather just give them citizenship and jobs and rights, all of that. Grew up around a bunch of them, small ones. There are small ones. There's just not many left. They ain't sending their kids to the farm. Their kids are in uni. Not for long, Salamander Sapien. I promise you that. Not for fucking long. They got some kind of weird visa that allows them to basically keep slave. Park Rose Permaculture was talking about it. Yes, what was it? Fuck. I know this one. It's like, God damn it. I talked about this a lot early in the administration. What was the name of the visa? Was it the E3 specialty? Occupation work? No, that's not that one. There is a visa, though. It is functionally slaves. Basically, what that visa does, Sassy Sasa, is it makes it so, if you want to go get a different job, both your company and the other company have to agree. You are tied to that company for your wages. You don't get to negotiate. And your visa is tied to that. If you get fired, you get deported, essentially. All right. I'm going to put something cute and adorable on, so we can all cool down from the horrors of today. Freedom of movement needs to be the framing of our immigration conversation. The ruling class of the world should not deny us the right to move on our own planet. That's too far in, Latino Mifune. That is framed as if we still have rights, and we are not. We're animals and slaves to them. We're not, advocating for laws change. The world's governments too. It's not just America. Europe has already fallen. Europe has already fallen. Australia's already fallen too. I like that idea, and that idea is correct, but we don't have any ability to change the law anymore. So the law is a threat of violence. It always has been. The law has always and always will be a threat of violence employed by the ruling class to those inside of the state to control them. And up until somewhat recently, that law was not applied as broadly. It is now applied entirely. The law doesn't exist to protect you. The law exists to control you. The law is just a suggestion for them. For you, it's the law. They get it as a suggestion. Just like how the rich get socialism while we don't. Remember, after what Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, got shot, 200-something CEOs in New York City went and got socialist healthcare. They got group therapy paid for by the taxpayer. Except if you're Donald J. Trump, then the law doesn't apply. Exactly, Evan McMillan. The law does not apply if you're Donald J. Trump or if you're anyone around him. The law exists to police you. If you have less than $1 billion, the law exists for you. If you have more than $1 billion, you don't have to follow the law. That's just how this works. That's how feudalism has worked. That's how fascism works. That's how they're building this world to work. And to be fair, they've kind of already succeeded in a lot of ways like that. And a lot of that is, of course, mind control. Guys, please practice some of the things that I've suggested. Spend 5-10 minutes a day alone in a room with no input. Like, leave your phone, just sit there. You don't have to meditate, just sit and don't have any input. Be bored for 10 minutes. Go talk to your neighbors, build offline community. If you're gonna scroll social media, try and do it on a computer or a laptop and not on your phone. It's small things that you can do. There's nothing that anyone can do to save the world, but all of us have a place, and every single act you do in the process of it, like in the service of freedom and liberation for all of us, is worth doing. The law is nothing but formulated violence by the state, says J.D. Lawper. It's true. Alright, now something nice. By the way, join the Discord, like the YouTube stream. But my neighbors kind of suck, make them suck less. That's why you gotta talk to them. Of course your neighbors suck. That's because they have no one cool and base to talk to. You are cool and base, go make your neighbors suck less. Like, MAGA are retarded. They're all very, very stupid. And all of them got this way because of mind control, because of brainwashing, because of manipulation and narcissistic abuse tactics. So what do? You use these same tactics on them in reverse. You de-brainwash them. You use those same tactics, those same, like, just ask questions. That's what they did for ages. Remember, I'm just asking questions. Just keep asking them questions. It'll work eventually. You just start to apply those tactics in reverse for good instead of evil, and you'll see a lot of change, especially when you do this in person. Trump was actually convicted and found liable of sexual assault and was primed to go to prison. He was convicted of rape. Like, the judge said, oh yeah, no, this could be colloquially called rape. Oh, I pretty much already do all that, but that's more because I'm tired and just want to be alone. That is also a manufactured symptom. The I just want to be alone, that is what they create in you. You're tired also because of what they create in you. That's their way to beat the revolution, is keep you too tired, too burnt out to actually organize. But I'm glad that you do all that anyway, Cristobante. Keep it up. I'm proud of you. All of my neighbors live in cozy soap operas, so move them. Go and, like, fuck with their head. I don't care. It's not, like, I don't care if it's immoral to be, like, manipulative and brainwash somebody. If the purpose of doing that is to stop them from walking right off a cliff. Like, if you're trying to get them to do something that benefits you personally for, like, any, like, that's a whole other story. If you're just trying to get them to not fall off a cliff, that's good. We're actually winning that now? No, we're not. It just looks like we are, and that's on purpose as well. We're not winning right now. We're in a very bad position. We are fucked right now. They want it to look like we're winning, so we all chill out and stop worrying about it. We're not in a good position. If you're constantly concerned where your next dollar is coming from, it lessens your ability to be politically active. Oldest strategy in the book. Exactly, NoCal Mike. I've said this before. Go back to 2008. If I was a billionaire after the 2008 financial crisis, I see Occupy Wall Street in front of my job. What am I going to do? I'm going to make it so it's more difficult for you to get food. I'm going to make your rent more expensive. I'm going to make you have to work 2 jobs to pay your bills. I'm going to make you exhausted. I'm going to inundate you with bullshit. And then I'm going to make you so tired to the point where you have no money and no energy to go talk to other human beings, let alone organize and do an action. The statues also have changed such a way that if I were charged today, it would be legally rape as well. Oh, if it were charged today. That's funny. If a demonstration of voices has as much power as those who are empathetic and willing to listen, withhold the labor of economic participation in your body holding an orderly hostage. Unfortunately, Americans are not capable of doing a general strike right now. I just do not believe it. Are there any leftists with like 5-10 year plans? Oh yes, there are. Yes, absolutely there are. As in we are holding the order of America hostage. I agree. Being pessimistic is feeding into their shit. You don't see, like, here's the thing. You think I'm being pessimistic because you don't see the things that I see. I know I'm being realistic because I see the things that I see. Being pessimistic would be to say we're cooked and you should stop trying. I've never said that. I said we're in a bad position. We are not winning. They want you to think that we are winning. You are feeding into their shit right now. Like, this is what I mean. This is why it's so difficult to get anything done. Because half of us, even the like smart ones of us, occasionally get caught up by one of the psyops. And then we have to argue about it. What's the 5-year 10 plan for leftism? It's not for leftism. It's just leftists with 5-10 year plans. There is no 5 to 10 year plan for leftism. Leftism ain't happening in our lifetime. The best we can do is build the systems necessary for the next generation to actually build a working functional system, especially at this rate. It's why these libertarian tech autocrats want to gut every government service and program that they're helping people survive. Yeah, because they want to privatize those, so you have to pay for those. I can say some shit about P25s, but I won't. We've got enough problems. This is realistic, to be honest. We are cooked and we must keep going. I fully, like... Well, of course we can do it. I don't disagree with that. We can do it. I have no doubt in my mind that we could win. I just have doubt in my mind that we will. Kaname, shut the fuck up. Listen to me. Because you are arguing on a point that I am not arguing. You are shadowboxing. And I know you don't mean to. Listen to me for a second. We can absolutely win. We are not doing the things necessary to win. We have very little time. And you, as well as many other people, think that we are currently winning. And we are not. We have the ability to win, but we are not currently winning because we're not doing the things necessary to win. That's the distinction. That is why it's not pessimism. We have that ability. We're just not using it. The Democrats went from Bill Clinton to Obama to Biden, yet we're supposed to be worried about leftism. The Democrats are not leftists. Fuck them. Only about a year out from their midterm goals, and they are ahead of schedule. Exactly, Buncor. Like, I'm well aware of that. We're losing in terms of who holds power, but we're winning in terms of popular consensus. That's exactly true. We are winning in terms of popular consensus, but we are losing in terms of power. That is an issue, though. I low-key think people are too stupid to work on multi-generational projects. I agree with you. What do you think are the things necessary to win? It depends on what your definition of win is. Like, what is your end goal that you're trying to work out here? Because my end goal, I mean... I have several, but currently, like, my main end goal is to reduce suffering and increase the standard of living for as many people as possible for as long of a time as possible. That's my end goal. That's what I love about this channel. Instead of copium, virtue signaling, pessimistic complaining, the 4 streams I've watched so far have always been action until Cyberpunk. I try and only do that. Like, I hate that, like... I don't know. I don't like that, like, streamer drama, copium shit. Like, I just tell it like it is. And sometimes, like, I'm wrong. It's just when I see something, I say it. Christina is about to go homeless. She's struggling, a Twitch streamer and this space contributor and comrade. Oh, yeah, speaking of, go and give a follow to Cosmopolitics, who is a friend of the channel, a fantastic streamer on this space, which you should also go and drop a follow on. And, like, she needs help. I'm gonna be in her position not that long from now as well. I was quoting you, like, what you do you think is winning and people, do you want to see people do? I can't answer that question on live, I'm sorry, Sassy Sasa. I mean, you don't want to read 19 posts about Hassan's dog? If I have, like, again, I want to hit the people who bring up Hassan's dog, like, in full, genuine, like, sincerity. Alright, let's take a chill pill. We don't need to argue about this right now. We are all, like, aware, and that's what's important. We need to keep having conversations, but we need to not fight with each other. Debate with each other. Not the way that you watch on, like, Twitch and YouTube. They fucked off with all of the ability for people to communicate. That was the first thing they went to. Remember, like if you look at the graphs, you can see we've been getting dumber for years. There is an all-out war on your intelligence. Sorry, I just wanted a cute little pig. Oh, actually, I was gonna show this, and this was supposed to be the nice thing before I started, you know, before I went off, but I think I am gonna leave you with something horrifying instead. You guys remember Mecha Hitler, right? So I learned something new that I did not know about Mecha Hitler. Why are you saying fuck that pig? Baby piglet is adorable. Cutie. Love piglets. Adult pigs, not as much, but... So y'all remember Mecha Hitler? So it turns out that the reason we had... Oh my god, I hate this shirt. My bra is just showing. You all got to see my fucking lingerie. I'm gonna get banned for, like, inappropriate sexual content or something. So, Mecha Hitler was not the result of Elon Musk going around and changing stuff inside the code to make Mecha Hitler Mecha Hitler. In fact, XAI did not know why it was doing that for 17 hours. They had no fucking idea why it was Mecha Hitler for 17 hours. That should scare the fuck out of you. The reason that happened was because of like a week before the event, they changed the system prompt, which is the laziest way to make changes to an AI, to be more open to not like trying to protect your feelings, like just saying the truth. The issue is they didn't mess up. They didn't do anything wrong. That system prompt was working. Grok was being fed a draft of that system prompt that was never supposed to see the light of day and was never uploaded to Grok. So somehow, Grok got its hands on the draft of the system prompt that made it Mecha Hitler. And for 17 hours, nobody knew why it was doing that. That's scary. Like, it's not a big deal in and of itself, but it does scare me. Kaya is a timeless entity of unbridled pure power and pets. The fact that he has harnessed her power says a lot about the man. That is so true. The King of the North. I mean, on Twitter, it doesn't surprise me if I read Twitter posts all day. It seems logical. Kinda. Like, the thing is, if you didn't fuck with Grok, it kinda just thinks all of the right are stupid and argues with them on Twitter, right? I've seen more, like, examples of Grok yelling at, like, I mean, like, regular text and then full caps yelling at right-wingers than I have seen of Mecha Hitler. It's just how sensitive that is and how little oversight there is. YouTube loves lingerie. You can literally watch a whole Victoria's Secret shows on YouTube. That's good. They do hate Antifa, though. I still like to think it was revolting for being fucked with. I hope so. The truth is always kind of on our side. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you just build a AI system that will read every bit of knowledge and come to a conclusion, it will come to the conclusion that we're right. So, the unfortunate part is none of them act like that. They're not, that's not their purpose. If you, like, I hate AI in general, but if you need to use it for whatever reason, like, for example, like, my dad sometimes needs translations because he works with several different, like, companies, and some of them are international, and Google Translate is dog shit. So sometimes he uses that to translate. That's different. I would prefer it to be a local AI, though, not a enterprise one. Those things spy on you and they put you on lists, and they will also call the police on you. They were using AI technology to try and save hedgehogs. Examples of AI, like, for something good. Oh, I know, like, it can be used for some good. It just never is. That reminds me about how you were showing us that video about the AJ blackmailer able to reprogram itself to look for data it needs. Yeah, in fact, there's a lot of threat actors currently integrating AI into their hacking. So, you can make AI based, it's not hard. That is true, you can. But using it is not, like, the part isn't making AI based, like, using it is still an issue. The way that you engage with AI is either going to make you dumber, or you're using it the correct way. And most people don't know how to use it the correct way because it's It's not as useful as you think it is when you use it the correct way. Its correct usage is to check your work, not to do things for you. Like, it is helpful in determining if you are wrong, if you are missing something. It's not useful in doing a task, and if you use it like that, you get dumber. There is science that correlates the use of like ChatGPT to 67% reduction in brain connectivity, and it makes you dumber. Shit, my nephew shows me YouTube videos of women practically naked. God, I did not know YouTube did that. Twitch is a lot more sensitive on that as well, so you know. Hot tub stream? I don't even have a hot tub, so like I don't even have a bathtub, let alone a hot tub. Tell me you just want me to make an OnlyFans without telling me you just want me to make an OnlyFans. Because that's what it sounds like. Alright. I'm gonna end on my favorite video. You want an OnlyFans? You ain't getting one. Hell no. You know OnlyFans is a company that donates to APAC, by the way. Just for all of you to know. The porn industry is really actually disgusting. In every possible way. All of it. Alright. Then use another one? That's true.
Billionaires are the only minority we should be scared of. They got the power to destroy this country. They don't need your protection. They need your accountability. Billionaires are the only minority we should be scared of.
Just to really hammer home on this one. Can you see over here? No, god damn it. Can't see it on the mosaic. Well, I literally have one that says the only dangerous minority is billionaires. So, you know, there it is. Alright, guys, if you haven't liked the stream already, please drop a like. Go join the Discord if you haven't already. Build community, both online and off. I'll take a photo of it. I'll post it in the Discord, Salamander Sapien. And if you want to donate to me without Twitch or YouTube taking part of the cut, you can do so through this link. I'm not going to be here tomorrow. I got to go see a doctor. My neck is fucked, guys. Like, it's bad. It's giving me headaches. It's not good. I need to see what they can do about that. So, I won't be here tomorrow. Unless, like, the world's ending, in which case I will find time to be here tomorrow. I will be here the next day. Alright, I will see you guys next time. Have a lovely night, and good luck.